Hello, everybody. Yes, come on in. The water's fine. I'm just sharing this to Twitter now. Okay. Yeah, we were just discussing on the Abominable History Man's hangout there, Britain versus America, and how we're right that they're called chips. They're called chips. They should be thick cut pieces of potato, cooked in an oil. Not these thin things. They should be big, chunky, thick things. And they were invented in Belgium, not France. So they shouldn't be called French fries. My battery is running low. Bear with me. So that's what they should be called. There's one of the other things we're right about. And this whole thing about American English in general. Yeah, I had never heard the term big government until about 10 years ago. Same with the word freedom to offend. Yeah, not a British word. Nope. Freedom to express yourself was what we used to just say. We didn't try and glorify offence in any way. Big government. You see, even conservatives over here accept we have to have things like a welfare state. So terms like big government, we just don't use them. It just sounds very odd to us. But yes, should anyone wish to join us, it's only me here at the moment. Those are the guys said they'd come back. Please do. Please feel free. See if Sequester Zone can come, someone said on Twitter. Yeah, I've invited him. In fact, yeah, Thomas, if he manages to figure out where the hangout is. In fact, I need to share this to Google, don't I? Hang on. Yeah, he wanted to talk to Sequester Zone as well. Yeah. Done. Yeah, Tom, I've shared the link on Google Plus if you want to come in. I've got a viewer. Oh, cool. Hello, one viewer. Hello. How are you? How are you faring? Let's enable the chat. Right, I've enabled the chat, so people should be able to chat. Get rid of these annoying things. There we go. Hey! Hello! Jonathan Gresham. Goodbye. Thank you for coming by. It was wonderful. It was very nice of you to visit. It was a truly wonderful experience. Oh, you know what we can look at here? Don't think it's going to work. Or will it? That's the original Captain Andy logo right there. The one I drew in pencil before I did all sorts of shit to it on the computer. Still has pride of place there on the door of my wardrobe. Ah, it's you. Right, I know who Jonathan Gresham was now. Alas. Well, I've had an idea. That's scary, isn't it? Bear with me. I'm going to try this out and see if it works. Oh, you know what I need? I need another cable. Or do I? No, solid. Let's do without. Balls. 4 viewers. Oh, cool. People are viewing. Are you enjoying yourselves? Bear with me another moment. Only 3 viewers. Someone left. Whoever it was who left, they're probably a bad person. So let's not worry ourselves. Oh, you're back. You're back. I apologize. Oh, God. Right, I'm going to try this out. I've been planning to do this for a while anyway. The hair. That's what I was looking for. Yeah. So, 4 people who are watching, but who aren't joining in. This is for you. That's better, isn't it? There you go. You 3 people are the first people to hear that aren't me. Don't you feel privileged? Yes. No. No. Okay. Do 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 do. Do do do. Till the war is over. But yeah, I am planning to do a open mic type hangout at some point. If it could be. Oh, my brother's shared something with me on Facebook. So look at that. This guy was the main designer for all sorts of cool alternative music magazines. Oh, cool. Oh, cool. That could be good. Oh, oh, hello. Hello.
Hello,
Sage Lion. How are you?
I'm very good. How are you?
Pretty good. So, I've not spoken to you in person before, have I? Just in
No,
comments. Just in comments and
just
stuff.
in comments. Yes,
Yeah. Cool. Do you make videos?
I do. I've uploaded one or two. But yeah, I mean, I don't make that many. I've made
Hmm.
like a couple.
Oh, cool. I will check that out if I can do. Yeah. I'm going to be doing some
Yeah.
shout outs soon anyway because I've passed the 800 subscriber mark. So whenever
Oh,
I pass
excellent.
100, whenever I pass 100 subs and another 100, I do a load of shout outs. So
Oh, cool.
I will.
So, sure.
Yeah.
So what made you decide to actually do this hangout? It's a bit random. You didn't announce it
Oh,
already?
yeah. We were just having a hangout on the Abominable History Man's channel,
Mm.
but he had to go, so we decided to carry it on. I say we decided to carry it on. I said, hey everyone, we'll carry this on my channel, and here we all are, i.e. just me. Well, and now you, but that may be because people can't find the link or don't know how to get on board or whatever. But I've shared this to Twitter, so we'll get all sorts of random nutters. Aha! Speaking of random nutters, yeah, Brandon Ross.
Stranger Danger. Yeah, Quantum.
How are you doing?
Not too bad yourself.
Pretty good.
Who's the other guy in here?
Who's the
Yeah,
other guy?
I'm just a random.
Some random sage. Okay.
Sage Lion. Sage Lion.
Ah, okay.
Cool. Yeah. I thought I'd try.
Good.
So I thought I'd try. Oh shit! Thanks. Yeah. I thought I'd try and troll people in with the title of this hangout. I thought I'd say Britain versus America. I thought that's got to bring some. That's got to ruffle some feathers, hasn't it? It'll bring people in.
So as a Canadian, I guess
Britain's-
I'll referee.
Oh, you're Canadian. Cool. Yeah. Where in Canada are you?
Calgary, in Alberta.
Calgary.
It's just to the right of the Rockies.
Oh right, cool. So I've only been to Toronto. That's the only bit of Canada I've been to.
I feel bad for you.
I
Just joking.
thought it was quite nice. It was good. I've got some videos on my channel. I played some open mic nights there. Just what I went over there for, basically, to try out the open mic scene. But it was pretty good. I would have liked to have stayed for longer, but it's time and money, isn't it?
Oh yeah. Toronto's not a cheap place either.
No, I know. You've got a tip in Canada as well, haven't you?
Yeah. You don't have to.
Yeah, but it's preferred, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's preferred. We don't do that in Europe. Well,
Oh,
we
I know
tip.
my uncle.
Yeah.
Yeah, my uncle's from Europe, and yeah, he's always had that argument with me.
Yeah.
You shouldn't tip. It should be in the price.
Yeah. That's sort of
Yeah.
I think. Well, we do tip, but we don't tip like a specified percentage. You just keep the change.
Exactly.
Only if it's a proper meal as well, not like a sandwich. Oh, I had a sandwich. I've got a tip because you gave me a sandwich.
I mean, we might tip if we go to like a fancy restaurant or something, but never tipped a pizza person or anything like that.
Yeah, well, yeah. If a load of I think if I've had a big meal with a lot of people, and they've had to get loads of staff over to serve the table, I'd feel really bad if I didn't tip then, because they've had to bring a load of people over to try and just to deal with our table. But usually I'll keep the change, That's it.
Yeah.
If the meal's 18 quid, I'll just slap 20 quid down and say, there you go. whatever.
I
But
know I found most servers or most people you would end up tipping generally don't actually make that much money in North America, and their
that's the
tips are
problem.
actually
Yeah, it's part of their wages. Yeah. You still there?
their tips are included.
You're breaking up a bit there. But yeah, in the UK we pay
Yeah,
people proper minimum wage at least. So we tipping them like would be the same as tipping anyone else. Like tipping, I don't know, tipping someone in an office or tipping the bus driver. It would just be like that, really. It's
Yeah, but some of them are on 0-hour contracts, so it's you know, swings and roundabouts basically.
yeah, a bit odd. But yeah, I did get told off for that at one point for not tipping. But I wouldn't have known, not something I'd ever have thought to have asked about. Still.
I personally think 0-hour contracts should be illegal.
What is
that?
it? Yeah.
So, a 0-hour contract is basically when you're contracted for 0 hours worth of work. So, any restaurant or like McDonald's fast food place, they can call you in for any set period of time. So, say for example, like a 3 or 4 hour shift, instead of regularly having like shifts across the week. You'll only get called in for 1 day a week or 1 day every 2 weeks, and that's what was controversial about the employment figures in the UK, because a lot of the new jobs were 0-hour contracts, and basically that's like a lot of people that can't afford to pay their bills without using benefits on the 0-hour contracts. So yeah, I personally think they should be illegal, especially seeing as now even teachers and like
Oh, right, so they don't have
all
to
that
give you
stuff
a set amount of hours. Is that what
on
you're saying?
0-hour contracts.
You're saying they don't have to give you a set amount of hours a week. They can just give you whatever they want. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, basically. Yeah.
Yeah. So you're
And they
not
don't.
guaranteed like
They can
40.
call you into just 1 day.
Oh,
That
that's
sounds like
crap.
part-time.
No.
That
Yeah,
does
that
sound
sounds
like
crap.
time over here because you can get like, is it a 0-hour contract? Like you can literally go a week without working?
Yeah, they can. Well, I can go 2 or 3 weeks, literally.
Oh wow. Okay, then yeah.
So without you getting any shifts, and that's that. Yeah, I mean, you can check it out on the Guardian. I think Mr. Chakrabarti, he's one of the commentators on there. He did a really good article on that a couple of days back. It's worth checking out.
Yeah, I don't like stuff like that. I'm not a fan of workers being shafted. Essentially, yeah, it's not. Well, yeah, it goes without saying it's not cricket, is it? But what can you do? But yeah, I do think that you should have it. You need a fair contract in work. That you need a certain guarantee of a certain amount of hours. I think most people need at least 30 to 40 hours a week. I think, don't they, realistically?
Yeah.
Unless they're doing part-time work, but then you agree to part-time work, don't you? Agree to So I used to have that problem sometimes. I'd have part-time jobs, but they wanted to give me like varied hours.
Yeah.
It's like the whole point of a part-time job is that you've got something else on, be it another job, or you're at college, or you've got commitments of some sort. And the part-time, so you need to have fixed hours, ideally, so you can work it around the other thing you're doing.
Yeah. I mean, I think with part-time work, I think what they should do is just basically go, okay, you're doing 1 or 2 days a week, but those days you're doing like the full like 8 hours, rather than saying, "Oh, we'll call you in for 2 hours, then we'll put you on break for 2 hours, and then call you in again for 2 hours." So that's taking the mick, I think. A lot of fast food places do that.
Yeah. Yeah, I've never done fast. I've worked in a pub. I've never done fast food. I used to wash dishes at a pub. The whole reason I washed dishes as well was because I didn't really want to deal with people. And because if I'd been a waiter or a bartender, I'd have to have dealt with people. And I was just like, oh, fuck that. No, I just hate the customers here. No, God. I mean, for a start, they eat here, which means they've got no taste. So you know, good grief, you know. But I just quite liked washing the dishes there because I could just stand there and do it. I just stood there and did it, and I didn't have to think about anything. I just would stand there and wash dishes, and shove them through the machine, and that was it. And scrubs off.
Yeah, I had been working in a bakery and eventually moved up to assistant manager, and that's right there when I had to start dealing with customers on a regular basis.
Oh God!
No more.
Yeah.
No more.
Yeah.
There's no way.
Did they pay you more?
Oh yeah. Oh,
yeah.
I was making a good living. Yeah.
Yeah, because I've heard of stories of people, you know, they get promoted, but it's just a new title. They're still getting paid the same, and they realize that all they've done is been given a title.
No.
And fuck that.
Yeah.
I think I got to move to assistant manager was $3 an hour difference.
Yeah. It's not too bad, but yeah, you've got to actually deal with people.
Mm-hmm.
God.
And the angry people, that's the problem. You're always dealing with those pissed off people. Someone has a complaint. No, never again.
Yeah.
Well, people make weird complaints as well, don't they? Like, I don't know.
They can get something free if they complain hard enough.
Yes, I think that's part of it. Yeah.
Just to go away. Like.
Yeah. Well, someone at the pub I used to work at, someone complained their chips weren't well done enough, and they are called chips, by the way. Yeah, just to be clear, chips. They claimed their chips weren't well done enough, and they demanded that they be fried for at least 10 to 15 minutes. So the chef just fried them for 10 to 15 minutes. They came out black. They were black as a pint of Guinness. He sent them out. The guy just ate them. He was fine with it.
Really?
It was just yeah. You just didn't like these underdone chips. When you give it a time, you can't really do a lot, can you? You've said, look, you gave it a time. We cooked them for that time. You now have pieces of charcoal on your plate next to your sandwich. Okay, there we go. Eat up. Bon appetit.
Yeah, I mean, before I started my current line of work, I was in customer service in a call center for about 3 or 4 years, and it almost made me lose the will to live.
Oh,
yeah.
God.
Yeah.
I've never done calls.
It. Like for me, like the line comes when I'm at home and I'm still thinking about work.
Yeah.
Like in a negative way. I just don't want a job where I'm taking my work home with me, unless it's my passion, which that's yet to happen.
Well, if you like the job, it's different, isn't it? I think because I run my own business, so I have to take it home with me. But yeah, it's okay. I enjoy it well enough. So, but yeah, when I was working in a pub, it was just like, oh God. I just sort of the thing is that we changed management a few times. When I first got the job, it was really good because I'd been going through this phase in life when I was feeling very down, and even though it was just a dishwashing job, it really was quite a pick-me-up. I don't know, for some reason I just felt really like, oh great, I've got something going on. Hey Tom, how you doing? I've got, I've got a job, and because I've been going through this phase, I think the job I had before was horrible and I'd left, and I hated it, and for some reason I just felt really good about having this job. I was meeting some new people, even though they were just people in a pub.
Yeah.
it was just for some reason because I'd gone through a very bad year before that, and it was just even something as simple as having a job and meeting some new people, even if it was just people in a kitchen, was quite a boost to me. It sort of made me feel a little bit uplifted, which you're looking back now, I wouldn't. Seems a bit silly maybe, but at the time it was just what I needed really. But after we changed management a couple of times, and the last manager I just didn't like at all. He was an arsehole, and it was just time to leave really.
No, that new environment makes total sense. Like just communicating, just being in a different place, and taking it all in can just take you away from whatever was bugging you before or the mindset you had.
Yeah, well, that's it.
Yes. Yeah, sometimes work can be a really much needed distraction.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. No, that's the thing, even though it was just washing dishes, it was just, I don't know, it just felt like I'd been welcomed into a community, a group. Even though it was just like washing dishes in someone's kitchen, it just still felt quite good. And I seemed to get on with people there quite well for a while, so...
Well, I remember I had a couple of my friends worked in different kitchens, usually for bars, and the after hours were always worth it.
Oh, yeah.
Like after the job was done, you had a whole slew of people to go partying with, and they were all fairly social creatures themselves. So it just expands where you're going versus having a job that, everybody just goes home and you know their names.
Yeah. Well, the lock-ins we used to have were brilliant as well at this pub I worked in. They were just brilliant because we'd just knock off work and we'd just start getting pints in. Then all the customers would go and we just keep going. The manager was just like, yeah, let's just get some more in. And it was cool. And it'd be like 4 a.m. And we think all the people who've gone out clubbing are probably in bed by now. And here we are, still at it in the pub drinking our pints of real ale. And I don't drink real ale anymore, but I did then, and it was like, yeah, this is brilliant. This is fucking brilliant. And I just used to really like that. And it was great because the work was so easy as well. It was just I just stood there and washed dishes. The manager we got after that, you see, because we were so understaffed, he was really worried I was going to quit. So he used to bring me pints of bitter while I was working. Because he was so weird. Hey, Alex, how you doing? Oh, you left. Okay, fine. Didn't even get a chance to say hello there. But the manager, he used to bring me pints while I was working because he didn't want me to get pissed off. So I was just stood there drinking and washing dishes all day. But he couldn't do that for the waiting on the staff because with the waiting on staff, you see, they obviously had to serve people. They had to actually be able to talk to people. So they couldn't be pissed as farts. But I was just like, yeah. I was just there sort of washing a dish and drinking my beer, and it was great. Eventually, he got sacked by the company because he probably for doing things like that. For a while, it was just hilarious. It was like, yeah, just keep the pints going through, and I'll just drink all day and wash dishes all day.
Too much being high on your own supply.
Is Thomas trying to show us something?
What's up, Tom?
No. I'm just in the middle of making a roll-up.
Oh, fair enough.
You haven't responded to me in the sidebar yet, Brandon.
Oh, in the sidebar.
Brandon.
I can't see the sidebar, actually. I'm on my phone.
Ah, right, okay.
And I have, no options, no sidebar.
All I was saying, in short, is your voice is very familiar. So.
Really? I've been on a hangout with EB, and that's it.
Ah, right.
And I have one video that really stuck. Actually, two.
I think I've met you before, one way or another. So, I'm babbling.
Been to Calgary?
Sorry. I'm in the middle of a roll-up here, okay? Stop disturbing. Right? I'll get back to you. I'm going to mute myself.
All right.
Needs his thumbs. needs both his thumbs to perform this task. But yeah, we were talking about feminism. Is everyone a feminist?
I am.
That's tricky for me. I think
You're not sure. You're on the fence.
no. Originally I always thought I was a feminist.
Hmm.
I've been brought up by strong females, and they want to say something, they will fucking say it. I've always been under that impression, and if I see someone, whether it be female or male, not speaking up for themselves, I'll either try to encourage them or slam into the motherfucker who is preventing them from doing so.
Yeah.
That's my attitude on the
Oh
situation.
God, hang on. I'm
It's
just
a-
going to remove this.
It's a little more complicated over YouTube, though.
I'm just going to remove this person. Hang on. Right. Goodbye, fuckboy. Yeah. Are you sure you want to eject fuckboy from this video call? Yes.
Same guy that joined in. That's the same person who joined in on Abominables thing. I thought it was a bit weird. Yes, didn't do anything in the end. Though.
Yeah.
It's my own fault for
Weirdo.
making it public. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know enough about feminism to be like fully behind it, but
Yeah.
you know, I used to think that it wasn't necessary, and then the whole Gamergate stuff started,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
see all the vitriolic hate and stuff, and sort of
Yeah.
made me.
Gamergate isn't about feminism.
Yeah.
But that's my attitude. I don't get involved in it or whatever, but
Yeah.
to my knowledge, Gamergate wasn't even about feminism. It was about you're picking on our games. Fuck you. They find that more important than anything else. That's the only thing that bugged me about Gamergate, is that it was more important to them, their computer games, than
Everything.
than
Yeah.
everything. So that's the only thing that bugged me about Gamergate.
Yeah. Well, the thing that bothers me as well is all these critics of feminism. They're always saying, oh yeah, feminists only care about first world women. They don't care about third world women. What about third world problems? What about all this? What about all these other things going on in the world? And then you say, okay, what do you care about? Like,
I'm sorry.
video games.
I'm sorry to intervene there. As much as I agree with you, but at the same time, what you generally get in our country, you generally get feminists that revolve around what our general society is like, for example, in England or in America. And truth be, it ain't that bad. I mean, as a male in England, I've had some pretty shitty situations. Truth be, I've been told that I've been sexist before. Before, but at the same time, I ended up realizing that actually, no, hang on a minute. I was actually just defending myself. It was nothing to do with my sex.
Okay, well, possibly, yeah.
And I think it varies depending on the area in the country. When it comes to Western society and so on, yes, it's still important. I completely agree. But there's too much importance thrust upon it and too much pointless shit involved with it when it comes down to Western feminism. When it comes to other countries and so on, fuck yeah, I'm all behind that shit.
Well, we don't have to focus on one or the other, though. That's the thing. We can care about women's issues in the first world and the third world.
Yes.
That's the thing. I think it's a false dichotomy to say, oh, we've got to do one or the other. And I think a lot of these rigid anti-feminists, well, the reason they bring up third world isn't because they care about them. Because let's be honest, they don't. It's just because they're trying to distract from the issue. They're like they don't want people criticizing their behavior, so they think, well, what kind of distraction can I find? Saudi Arabia. Yeah, okay.
I agree. I agree that there are a few like that, but they are few and far between. As I said in Abominable History Man's Hangout, I think there is a little more confusion involved when it comes down to the actual cause of the issues and so on. Specifically when it comes to religious I can't say the word. Ideology. Is that
ideology?
Right? Thank you. That word. Yeah. When it comes to that word and to actual, I mean, things like the patriarchy and misogyny. are thrown about way too freely.
Right.
To the point of where
But
people genuinely
have
don't
you
give a shit if they're called something along those lines anymore.
but have you actually like tried to pay attention to what they're saying when it comes to what is the patriarchy and why they're talking about it in
Of course.
such a
Of
okay.
course.
So do you not understand that there's a large reason to suspect that our cultures, North America or UK, are predominantly dominated by male ideals
I don't
and
think it
concepts?
boils. I don't think it boils down to primarily misogyny, though, because I tend to look at it more so as a class standard. So on, yeah, okay. Generally, the blokes are going to be speakers or whatever. Blokes are generally more aggressive and more in your face about a scenario. I think that plays an aspect in all of this. But I've come across women that have put me in my place
Mm.
in Western society completely unnecessarily. And there's fuck all I can do about it. I mean,
Well,
if I came across a bloke that did what certain women that have done what certain women have done to me, I would actually smack him in the mouth for it. I'm not kidding.
Well-
It's very bizarre to me, and
Well,
this is
okay.
why I was talking about this in Abominable History Man's Hangout as well, because it gets to the point of where what the fuck is anyone talking about in regards to this? It seems the majority don't understand what the basis of the foundation of it is.
You just illustrated something perfect. But you just illustrated something perfect. You would hit a man, but you wouldn't hit a woman. Like, why is there such a difference?
The reason is
I would argue that
I'm going to use a very aggressive example here. I mean no offense at all.
okay.
And he knows it's coming too. For example, Sage. I'm a 6-footer. I'm capable of doing harm.
Yeah.
But I would be less inclined to hit someone like Sage as I would be less inclined to hit anyone who I would classify as possibly not as physically able or not as knowledgeable as me when it comes down to self-preservation. That's where it starts getting into the real complexities of these issues for me. I mean, I've known women that could batter the shit out of me. So,
in the sense of self-preservation, I'll defend myself against an infant if I need to. I don't care.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter in that. If I was just walking down the street and somebody pissed me off, well, it's something so horrendous that I'm thinking I'm going to punch them in the face, I'm going to walk away. Their gender doesn't even factor into it. His race or someone's size doesn't factor into that.
I don't think anybody should hit somebody in the first place.
Ideally,
one thing I am aware of is when it comes down to the crunch, I am more liable to hit a male than I am a female.
Yeah.
But I don't agree with physical.
But why is it we think like that?
No. Let me finish this.
Yeah,
This is why I find feminism so unimportant in the overall factor of viewing life as a whole.
But what I just pointed out to you was something
feminine.
Like the idea that we can hit a man or we shouldn't hit women, that there's some privilege.
You shouldn't hit anyone.
But that's just it. Like you're putting a woman as someone other, and if it wasn't taught to you, if it wasn't explained.
No, the example I was making is the fact that it is put across that way that I should not be doing it for those reasons. I don't think I should hit anyone when it comes down to the fundamental of it all.
Yeah.
Full stop. I shouldn't hit anyone. But particularly with certain areas of feminism and so on, I am full on getting that impression that that is the case. And
I mean,
whether they like it or not, that is a fact. That's something that was actually drummed into me from a young age.
Yeah.
I should never hit a woman. And I agree with that. I should never hit a woman. But I also made my own conclusion and realised that I should never hit anybody.
Yeah, but I would say that the idea that you should never hit a woman is a patriarchal concept.
Yes, I
This
would agree
idea
with
we
that.
protect
Yeah.
women.
Now this
that
is
com-
where the confusing
yeah,
has
that
come into
descends from
play. Then
patriarchy.
why is it always then? And this isn't just to do with YouTube. Why is it on a regular basis then? I don't see that. How can you blame them for that then? This
I
is
don't
nothing
blame
to do with feminism or anything.
social construct. This is something we've just actually had. Like no one born today has forced this upon any of us.
Well, look up patriarchy now. Look up patriarchy on the internet.
Okay.
Well, a lot of the time, I think these these terms that feminists use, it's the way that they're explained, it isn't that great because for me, I used to have a very negative view of feminism, but once I actually started reading into things a little bit more, I realized that there was a little bit more nuance to things, like things with like rape culture or teach them not to rape. Actually, when I went down and looked at the reasoning of those particular statements that they were making, it was like, oh, you know what, that sounds way more reasonable than how it's presented, because a lot of the time when someone presents something as an argument on TV or whatever, they have to condense it down, and that gets rid of the nuance in the argument, and it's more likely to cause people to get offended or get angry, or you lose like the full detail of what they're trying to say. It's only a limited thing.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. Yeah, I mean, the reason we have this idea that you shouldn't hit women is because women generally, and I do stress generally, not universally, tend to be weaker than men.
Yes.
And I do stress generally. There are exceptions, obviously, and obviously it depends on the other factors like age. So obviously, when I was 5, a full-grown woman would have beat me in a fight, no problem. But let's say, a woman who's my age,
It's not just the size, by the way, Andy. There's also
upper body strength.
Estrogen and testosterone aspects. This is a scientific.
Well, yeah, okay, possibly, but
almost
fact
of
the point
where
is,
that we are biologically stronger, physically more able. It's a definite.
Yes, yeah, I'm not arguing with that. This is why generally it's not considered okay. But I think some people think it's like, we're putting women on a pedestal, and it's like, it's not that. It's not that.
I agree.
It's just that generally, and obviously we must emphasize it generally, women tend to be weaker, and it's not, therefore generally not considered appropriate to use excessive amounts of physical force. If I give you an example, about maybe a year or two ago, I can't remember, I was in a nightclub and this girl came up to me and she was obviously pissed out of her brains and she started kicking me in the shins. And I put my hand on her shoulder and just shoved her away from me. I was just like, get off! And that's fine. I've told feminists, female feminists about that, and they've never thought there was anything bad about me doing that. What I didn't do was knock her out. I didn't throw a dirty great hook and just knock her out, because that would have been.
Bloke did that.
Well, this is the thing. Like,
you would have been more in his face, wouldn't you?
Well, possibly, yeah. But this is the thing. The reason I didn't knock her out, because there was no need to. Because that's not what self-defense is about. By the way, self-defense doesn't mean getting someone back. It means protecting yourself. So you have to use some kind of force. So I pushed her away from me, and that was fine. That was all that was needed, because she was quite small. But nonetheless, I don't want someone kicking me in the shins, because it doesn't matter how big you are. Someone's kicking you in the shins, it fucking hurts. But the thing is, I didn't knock her out or anything, because there's no need to. Let's say it was a dirty, great, big guy. Then maybe that might have been more necessary. But it's because of the size and strength difference.
Yes.
And that's the thing. So I think generally that's why, using, this idea that, you can't use violence against women. I mean, I suppose technically that's what I did. Although I wouldn't really call it violent with a capital V. I just pushed her away from me. But that's all it took. And if it had been a guy who was that size, same deal. If a small guy had come up to me, I wouldn't have knocked him out either. Some dirty, great big motherfucker, some big guy comes up to me and does that, and then I might be more inclined to do something like that. But even then, you've got to be.
And the standard here, and this is why I also mentioned that. Okay, as a whole, on average, that is going to be the case for females. This is also why I suggest to specific females that feel uncomfortable and so on, take up martial arts or something along those lines.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very important to me. If I had daughters, I'd make it mandatory. If they ended up nagging me too much, then obviously I'd say, okay, then I'll stop. But
I'm a big fan of
a problem. Well, what the smeg has this got to do with patriarchy or feminism? I mean, it boils down to common sense stuff. It ends up being obvious that, okay, there's going to be this person who's a certain height or build or whatever. Okay, she's a big motherfucking woman. What do I do? If I came across a big woman or whatever who was getting all aggressive with me, who I'm very arrogant in regards to physicality. I'd believe I'd be able to knock out. But if she got aggressive with me, I'd run the fuck away. Fuck that shit. I don't want to get involved in that. What the hell am I supposed to do in this situation?
I mean, you should only ever hit someone if you have to, and that's the thing. But it shouldn't. It's only different. This general idea that it's different between men and women purely comes down to the other. Generally, women are not as big and strong. That's all. But there are exceptions. Like so, sometimes there are big built women and there are small guys, and but it's the exception sort of that proves the rule, I suppose, isn't it?
The boundary is hazy from the very beginning.
Yeah,
clearly.
But this idea though that women are weak, right? Women, that is but that's a patriarchal idea. This idea that women are weak and dainty, and therefore, if you don't agree with that, you don't agree with patriarchy, which is a good thing.
What's Anita Sarkeesian then presenting?
What is she presenting about?
Well, she's basically delineating what she's learned in her feminism classes. Hey, if that's what she's decided.
Yeah, that's her field.
Analyze art. We've done this for everything. Like there are people who have analyzed movies. There are people who analyze paintings, pictures, all sorts of art forms. Why is it just so different?
And they've still not got it accurate yet. You can't deny that, Brandon.
Well, I mean, what you can actually also have a say is that art does actually influence people's opinions of things, and it does, create certain ideas or thoughts about certain groups of people in their minds, especially when.
If I put my arse over the internet and I got 1,000 likes from let's say 80% of them were females, and hang on a minute, I had to think about this. 20% of them were I've definitely drunk too much, as Andy knows. 20% of them were men giving me likes. I'd feel blessed. It'd be like, hell yeah, kind of attitude. I'm so baffled as to this stuff. It's ridiculous now. And the more I get in depth in the conversations, the more I'm thinking to myself, okay, I'm wondering if these people actually know what they're talking about.
So when you're asking us about, or asking me about patriarchy, you're essentially asking me to teach you everything about evolution. And
no.
That is it.
I asked you to read out the word. Brandon, I asked you to look up the word patriarchy. You
are asking me for a synopsis on something that is fairly complicated. That's what you're asking. I can sit here and read the Wikipedia.
I know it's complicated when it comes down to the biology. I know it's complicated when it comes down to the biology of it all. I know it's
sociology. It's just even more complicated.
So if you add the sociology into it, it's a complete mindfuck. There's nothing certain.
But that's
in it.
where this is coming from. That's where patriarchy theory comes from. So I would actually have to tell you to go to get an education in sociology
Now that's just bitchy.
to understand. No, that's not.
Okay.
To me, this sounds too similar to the fact that a creationist going, oh, you're just picking
But
things.
I can actually question somebody such as a physicist, a PhD in physics. I can actually question them when it comes down to them revolving physics and science into theology and so on. But I cannot question somebody who is talking about sociology because
No,
it
you
involves
can.
such a wide array, and I don't have a degree
You
in it.
can, but you're looking at like little things. We went from one topic to another topic to another topic. Like you
Isn't
want to
that
talk
part
about
of sociology?
patriarchy. If you want to just me, no, I wish. I'd actually be able to get money off of it. But no, I don't have a sociology degree. But from what I understand and from what has been explained to me, I actually believe this. It makes sense. If you look at
I
the
think
history
it's
of humanity,
important.
we are influenced by our elders.
I've put a message over the internet before. I think the social sciences are very important. I think they're
Yes.
a necessity. Don't get me wrong. I think they're a necessity, but my concern is where the certainty's coming from, and there doesn't seem to be any certainty from what I can figure out in regards to these issues. Hence,
can't remember.
hence I've stated on a regular basis, I don't think feminism is as important as people suggest it actually is. I think that society is important as a whole. I think human rights are important. I think everything involving the progression of humanity is important.
I don't think ramps for handicapped people are important.
Yes.
It's irrelevant. Me saying that is irrelevant. It's the people who are affected by those things who are unaffected need to listen to.
I agree.
So for me, who is a privileged white, blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy who's had everything basically handed to him because I'm white, versus someone who's dark-skinned, versus a female. No, I have.
Bad analogy, by the way. Very bad analogy. But the fact is I'm coming across a hell of a lot of women that are saying otherwise also. I'm coming across women that are in decent positions in society saying, no, fuck that shit. The fact is, I got my ass into gear. I worked my ass off to get where I am. And I agree that there are small factors which held back these individuals. And truth be, I've actually pushed it on these individuals that is the case, because I am actually aware of them. But the fact is, they didn't give a fucking shit. They got up and did what they thought was right and enjoyed doing. So
yeah, but a lot of the time it's also the barriers that get put in place for people when they want to pursue certain careers, be they socioeconomic, as in regarding to how much money they have or how much capital they have available in order to make what they want happen, or whether it's their gender or their race. There might be certain limitations. If you want to go into certain fields, you'll have to endure a lot of sexism, racism, people talking down to you, people just being really shitty, making snide remarks, for sabotaging your ability to succeed, your ability to get promoted, etc. Just be based on the attitude that they might have about you, whether you're a woman or whether you're
you're talking about hierarchy, yes?
Well, not just the hierarchy and just everything, like people's attitude, not just their attitude, but what the things that they the things that they think about you based on what group you belong to can also hinder your progress, because that perception puts limits in people's minds as to what you're capable of doing. And on top of that, it's also the fact is, as well as that, is also the money that you can actually get together to, go and do a degree, especially in places like America where it's ridiculously expensive, and here in the UK where it's getting more and more expensive, and also, having the money to actually get all the books, get all the stuff together that you need to get the education, and then there's also the fact that in order to get certain jobs, you need to come from a privileged background because you need to get, get connected and work for free in internships or whatever. So yeah, I think that there is a certain degree of truth to what feminism is trying to put out there, but at the same time, there's a lot more factors that limit people's growth.
You brought up the question there, though, and I'd love to hear this from. It is Sage, yes?
Yeah.
Am I pronouncing that correctly? Good. What specifically is feminism then? And keep in mind, this has got to be a perspective that's got to be put across to the majority of people, and it's particularly difficult, as Andy and me chatted about earlier, when it comes to America and England, for example.
Okay.
Isn't it?
Well,
How would
the way
you
I see it, the way I see it is, men have a certain degree of power within society. I'm speaking as someone who's a layman, and I've only just been cursorily looking at these issues, so please put that in mind when you hear me talk. But at the same time, what I see is there's certain power structures within the society, and what we have to do is make sure that the women have the equality of opportunity to actually, if they want to work for it, and if they want to actually succeed, that they can become doctors, lawyers, they can get to higher echelons of society, and they're not limited by their gender, and they can carry out the pursuit of happiness to the best of their ability, and not have to deal with sexual harassment, not have to deal with, like all this bullshit that comes in part and parcel from rape culture, etc.
I didn't like that. Sorry, I interrupted. Sorry, if you want to continue. Sorry, I interrupted.
That's that, and also the kind of perceptions that come with that. Things like stereotype threat, where basically if you tell someone you're from X group and you're always going to be bad at X thing, then they're more likely to believe that and internalize that belief, and then that limits their ability to succeed in that regard. I mean, of course, certain limiting factors, like I'm not gonna be an NBA basketball star as I'm only 5'11", but at the same time, there are certain things like mentally, I shouldn't feel like I'm limited in any way. Similarly, I wouldn't expect any women to feel that they can't be good at maths, or they can't be good at science or engineering, just because of the way society says, you're going to be bad at this because you're a woman.
Do you think that this primarily revolves around feminism? Because I don't, personally. Do you think it... because a lot of things that you stated there, to me, are nothing to do with feminism whatsoever. They're to do with just being a civil person.
Well, there's... Sorry, I'll let you...
Yeah, I was going to say, you see, the thing is, you've asked what is feminism, but now you're saying a lot of the things you said have nothing to do with feminism.
Fact.
You just asked what feminism is. So, if you're asking what feminism is, but you're also saying things that have to do with feminism, doesn't that mean you already have kind of an idea in your head of what feminism is?
I have an idea in my head of what feminism is, yes.
Well, yeah, okay, what's that then? What idea do you...
My idea of what feminism is, it revolves down to a historical stage of where basically women rose up and said, no, we're pissed off with this shit, motherfuckers. We're going to put you in your place. You need us. You fucking know it. World War and shit. Have it. Kind of crap. Basically, along those lines, onto the stage of where it became, yeah, this is wise. This is necessary. It's still not fully taken process. It's not got on the rails and so on yet, but it's making its way. It's getting there. Already, the primary push has been put forth. Now you just need to let that wave settle, and mingle its way in. That's how I see it.
Okay. I mean,
That was really piss poor way of explaining it, wasn't it?
well, I get the idea. I mean, to me, if someone asked me what feminism is, I would say generally the core principle of it is the advocacy of its equality of the genders. But the reason it's called feminism, yeah, that there's this emphasis on women, is because women generally historically have been the gender that has been denied certain rights, opportunities, and social status.
Now, I think that's a fucked up thing to state, personally.
But can I say something else? Sometimes backhandedly, this whole structure, which we call patriarchy, can negatively affect men, because not all men want to be in positions of power. I don't think it suits all men. Some men just would rather do something else. You know, it's like you could be a man and say, "Well, I don't want to be in charge of a company because it's a high stress job," and people in high stress jobs tend to die younger. They're more likely to commit suicide, etc. So backhandedly, this sort of structure of society that favors men, you know, on the surface of it, could be argued that it has a negative effect on men. And generally, feminist theory, as I understand it, tends to accept that. And
so, where's all this misogyny come from then?
Well, misogyny. I mean, the idea, the misogyny is when you break it down to its meaning, is hatred of women, isn't it? But I think it's also, we use the term more as well to describe like mistrust and general, things like mistrust of women or mistreatment of women as well. And I think that ultimately men have they've occupied these positions of power, and I think ultimately, if we want to get men,
it's not that really. I'm getting really pissed off with that. Men have taken these positions of power. Okay, it's worked out that way, but society made it so that the females were the ones looking after the kid, because biologically, I'm sorry, let's face facts, women are better at that. I, as a man, and I'm not saying I could look after a man, after a kid, better than the majority of men. But I, as a man, compared to the majority that I've come across, I've learnt off them. I'm fucking shit at it. But when it comes down to it, when it comes to the patriarchy and so on, men being in charge and so on, okay, yeah, fair enough. They've been more likely to put across, like, this is how it is, people. I right now, I'm very proud of myself. That's the situation. That's how it should be. That's how it is. But the fact is, a lot of women in past have also have had just as much influence in encouraging the man to progress in the manner of how he's going about things. I don't necessarily think that's the best way of going about things, but I'm sick of it being the misogyny aspect in particular.
Yeah, but some women are pro-patriarchy. Yeah, some women are not feminists. And they're not just not feminists, some of them are anti-feminists, because they don't like the idea of the society we have now, or whatever period in time we're talking about. They don't or didn't like the idea of that changing. And so feminism is not, feminist should not be considered a synonym for woman. And that should be obvious, but I think a lot of people make that mistake. They think it's one and the same. I mean, there are men and women who don't like the idea of feminism, and there are men and women who do.
So it's not in the name of feminism. Let's face facts here. I'm sorry. I want to get to the crux of it now. I'm so tired of this kind of stuff. What it boils down to is we all want equality, one way or another.
Yeah.
Distinguishing the authority is the actual issue. Feminism seems to be distinguishing the issue is actually the problem. Giving it a name. People want to name it or whatever. But the fact is, there are pretty much every single time it ends up boiling down to basically the poorer people who end up suffering. That's generally how it works out. So
Yeah,
when
well,
it comes to feminism, what's the point when it comes down to that? I mean, as soon as you sort out that problem first of where the small people are not suffering, once you've sorted out that shit, then it should
well,
be.
this is what I was talking about with intersectionality theory. This is what intersectionality is. It's the idea that it's not just one thing that oppresses us in society, or no, I say us, right? It's not one thing that privileges an individual or oppresses an individual in society. It's a multitude of things, and a person can experience privilege or lack thereof because of a number of factors, such as their gender, their race, their class, their ability, as in, like, are they disabled or are they able-bodied, and so on. You know, any number of things can intersect to give a person a certain amount of combinations of privilege and disadvantage. And being a feminist doesn't mean you can't be other things. You know, you can be a feminist and a socialist, for example. You know, you don't have to choose between focusing on gender issues and class issues.
But as a socialist,
Mhm.
I don't look at it that way at all. I look at it as me being a human being.
Mhm.
I see traits of feminism in me, which I find highly important.
Mhm.
I want equality in every way, shape, and form.
Mm.
Why the what the fuck is the point in anything else anymore? Because there's so much confusion. It seems to separate things more than
Well,
anything else, rather than bringing people together to like go right. What you're doing here is fucked up. It's not only fucking up women, it's fucking up men. I mean,
yeah.
it's not only fucking up men and women, it's fucking up black people. Oh, it's not only fucking up black people, it's fucking up the Asian people, shit like that. Do you see my point?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
You can
like a
focus on.
vicious circle that's going on around, and you get 1,000 vicious circles going off all in all in different places and so on, and none of them are fucking blending together, kind of shit.
But they do social justice. That's what social justice is. Or
What?
humanitarianism. That's a blending
Yeah.
of all these
Humanitarianism, fair enough. That's more open to the actual
Yeah.
issue at hand. You get small branches and so on. Yes, feminism
Yeah,
I
it's
see
a,
as a small branch of the overall picture
yes, of humanitarianism.
getting blown out of proportion.
Well, I don't know. I mean, it depends who you are and where you are and so on and so
And
forth.
whether or not there's religion or whatever. As you
Possibly.
said yourself, social science is very complicated, isn't it?
Yeah, but you know, you can be more than one thing. This is what I mean. I mean, I can be a feminist, but I can also be a socialist. And I have actually encountered certain conservative feminists, and I don't get on with them because of that, or I don't see how. I don't see how they can get conservatism and feminism together, because they ultimately seem to have views which, as far as I'm concerned, clash or contradict. But that's the way of the world, isn't
I
it?
find that presumptuous, but
Well,
you probably are right. Yes.
I'm just, you know, but generally I like you know, the kind of feminists I like are intersectional liberal. What the word I know? Yeah, intersectional sort of liberal kind of feminists are my kind of people, I suppose. You know, these are people who understand there are other political issues that do need to be factored in with what they pursue. But yeah, with feminism, yeah. And I mean, what I've noticed with these sort of conservative type feminists is they don't seem to actually be opposed to oppression. They just think women should be able to do their fair share of the oppression. That's usually what I found, which is why I don't have a lot of time for that particular type of feminism. But this more sort of liberal kind of feminism, you know, I'm this intersectional kind of. I'm quite on board with that. I can't really say I've got a problem with it.
I may be reading too much into this, but from what I'm getting from what you're saying is fuck feminism. The overall picture is make sure everybody's getting And see, that's my problem there. What's the problem in me saying fuck feminism? The fact is, I say fuck MRA, I say fuck politics
Because-
to a degree.
because, right,
I don't
fam-
have any specific identification issue when it comes to. I mean, people call agnostics wankers, on the fence sitters, cowards, and so on, left, right, and centre. I can tolerate that. I'll have a little bite back at them sometimes, but I can tolerate that. I'm not particularly bothered when it comes down to it. But from what I'm seeing is there's too much like, oh, you said that my atheism is scummy. Fuck you, motherfucker. We all need to tone it down, don't we?
Well, I mean, what made me laugh about that is basically, I think that, well, I don't have a full, complete understanding of feminism myself, but I think before you can say stuff like fuck this or fuck that or fuck them, is you've got to figure out at least where those people are coming from a little bit. You've got to understand the full extent of what their, what their thoughts are. I mean, none of us are women. I think probably what would be best is if you read up a little bit, read a proper book from someone who knows what they're talking about in regards to feminism, and try to get an understanding of it, and then decide whether you want to say fuck feminism.
I've got a comment to make here. This might bring in some of your more pissed-in crowd, Andy. Okay, but I'm going to say it anyway. Where you bitches, huh? Come speak for yourselves. Are you pussy? You coward? Come on, bring it. I'm waiting. I want to hear what you have to say.
This is another problem, though. Right? And if you notice, YouTube is very male dominated.
Yes.
Have you noticed even when we talk, like, for example, like right now, I think we've got feminists here, but we're all men, and really we need to get more women involved in the conversation. But there is a hostility, especially on YouTube, towards women, which puts women off. Like, I know people who I know would make really good videos, but they won't do it because they don't want to have to deal with the kind of garbage.
We need to teach them to suck it up.
Well, I mean,
I'm not saying that as a man. I'm talking about society.
But you are though.
Come on,
you're saying,
it doesn't matter. Fucking get in there, do some shit.
But you are saying that as a man, Tom, and that's the thing. It's like, have you seen the sort of comments female YouTubers get?
I can't tone down my character though, Andy. That's the problem.
No, but have you seen?
I'm a male. I'm a heterosexual male, and so on.
Right.
When it comes down to the crux of it, if I want to put myself across, sometimes I struggle when it comes to my own kind. For example, sometimes I need to like punch in it. I'm a teeny bit sensitive sometimes, oversensitive sometimes.
Okay.
But sometimes I struggle to put myself across, and I need to like go right, fuck you, bastard, like that, and get in there. And that kind of shit needs to be encouraged.
Yeah.
Where okay, there is setbacks to hostility, but there is also controlled hostility, and so on and so forth. It needs to be encouraged, and any woman that I've come across that is willing to voice her opinion, I would support every step of the way, unless obviously it's something that I don't agree with.
Some people don't, right?
Obviously, some women tell me shut the fuck up as well.
Yeah, but Tom, are you familiar with this? I don't know this lady's name. She's a lady with red hair and wears glasses, and people show.
Who?
Yeah, it's not Rebecca Watts. So they show clips of her having an argument in the street with some MRAs.
Red.
Yes, Big Red they call it, and because she's angry, people just dismiss her because she's angry. Because she's.
I listened to what she said. I know who you mean. She was a bitch. She was
But why?
Bitch.
But hang on, Tom, why is she a bitch? Because she's angry?
If I acted that way, I would be told to shut the fuck up.
Yeah, but Tom, you just said. Hang on.
Here's a good question, Tom.
You just said a moment ago. You think women should be all in there. And now you're contradicting yourself. You're saying
no, because she was actually saying, "Well, you're a man," kind of thing. No, the difference is She's going, you're a man. No, you're a man. What? You tell me to shut up? You don't know what I'm talking about. Blah, 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 blah.
Listen to
Shut
what
up.
she
Shut up,
says,
dude.
though.
Shut up, Andy. Shut up, Andy. No, you don't know what I'm talking about. Okay? You don't understand who I am. You don't understand what I am. Shut the fuck up. You don't know what you're talking about. And it kept when it keeps going on like that, it just ends up being, what the fuck is happening?
Yeah, but Tom, it's a
Shut up.
protest.
Kind of thing.
It was a protest. It was a protest. Of course, people
Yeah.
are going to be heated. And if you listen to what she's saying, it's important. What she's saying, just because she's angry, though, everyone just dismisses it. They dismiss what she's saying just because she's angry. Even though, if you listen to what she's saying and ignore the fact she's angry, what she's saying is important. She says some very important things about men's issues and how feminism would be beneficial to men's issues. But because she's angry, people don't listen to that. And you a moment
And the
ago said,
reason
"Oh,
she's angry-
women should." Yeah,
The reason she's angry, she's constantly being
No, I
interrupted.
say expect stick. Sorry, Brandon. Sorry, Brandon.
Like the reason, yeah. Sorry, no worries, no worries.
guys, I'm just going to the topic, guys.
The reason she's angry in that video is there are people trying to talk over her, and the only clips you ever see is her trying to talk over everyone else, and yet she's the bad guy. She's the bitch. We assign that to her, yet we don't acknowledge anyone else in those clips.
I get that all the time myself.
Yeah, but
Yet she
I
is a
don't
token
get it.
person who is always put there.
Sorry?
And she is a token person who is always put up there. She's in TJ videos, Thunderfoot videos, just taking that one token person and going, this is feminism. Totally out of context, nothing there, and oh no, I'm speaking the truth right now. That's what Thunderfoot.
And this is why I asked the question originally, what is feminism? I'm sorry, but none of you, and as I say, I've always had classed myself as a feminist. None of you motherfuckers can answer this shit. And this is the problem. There is an identity crisis going on here thoroughly, and nobody has a fucking clue.
And he answered you.
And he answered me, but even his answer didn't collaborate to every supposed feminist.
okay.
There's an
well,
identity crisis going on here, and the fact is, there's a lash out going on in the process because of it, and nobody's understanding what's going on. It's
Well,
ridiculous now.
Thomas, the way you put that out is, you asked that question sort of like you're asking us to describe what the meaning of love is, what love means to each individual person. It's probably got a different definition to every single person you speak to. But if you want like a proper academic understanding of it, you're probably going to have to do some research on the subject.
I've done some research on the subject. I know about the history of it.
Just read up like books by people who are actually well versed on it, and to see your last point in regards to why women don't speak up more. It's have you gone to videos of people like even men, like people like Hannibal the Victor? You look at his comment section and the kind of vitriol that he had to go through. If I had to deal with that, I don't think personally I would speak out on any issues. I would just in the comment section just think of how much crap that guy gets.
Check out my history. If you check out my history on Google Plus, I guarantee you'll see the equal amount of criticism and so on, because I generally go against the grain.
Well, sometimes it's not criticism, it's abuse. Like what?
Yes.
By calling Hannibal the Victor a fat cunt, what kind of criticism of his character is that? Or just like making horrible remarks like, "Oh, you fucking virgin," or whatever. That's what it was coming to take.
Okay. So, Sage, if you're going to use things like that, calling him a fat cunt, saying that you're going to go out and destroy a person, if I saw you in the street, I'd smack you in the face, kind of thing. No, yeah. I'm sorry. This is not an apart. They are both wrong. Full stop. Both of these people are wrong.
I'm not saying that was right. I mean, that was my argument. What I was trying to say is basically things get very heated and horrible on the internet, and I think for a lot of women, they also get threatened with rape. Their personal safety gets threatened. Their children's safety get threatened. And women, like you were talking about how women are slightly weaker than men. Well, women actually have to deal with the fear of getting raped and getting assaulted much worse than that.
Which is
I
why I
mean,
brought up martial arts to Andy.
yeah, but look, man, if you threaten a woman with rape, she's gonna, like, be alert to that.
I thought. Don't get me wrong. No,
It's gonna be-
now my
gonna be
concern
more
here.
of a
My
threat
concern
to her
here. No,
than it's
Sage, I'm
gonna be-
interrupting you now because I'm sick of it. My concern here is through everything that I've said in this post right now. Right now, what's going to happen is that things are going to get thrown back at me for the fact that. That I haven't stated out specifically. By the way, anybody who threatens to rape someone is a grade A motherfucker. Now, should
Yeah,
I
but
take it
I'm
to
not
the?
saying
Should
that
I
you
take it
haven't, but
now? Should I take it to the step of where I say anybody who makes that statement, I will hunt you down and fuck you up? And so I don't want to take it that far. The fact there are certain
but that's not what-
leniencies when it comes to trying to explain something to someone. Now,
But that's not what I'm trying to
what you
say.
seem to be doing though is veering off into things that are
If a
unprecise.
woman was trying to explain her point, if a woman was trying to explain her point and she gets threatened with rape or she gets threatened with violence, she's going to be more afraid of it than if you or I got threatened with violence.
That's a presumption. I've come across
Well-
women that are braver than I am.
Well,
No, I'm just
okay.
saying that they have. It's more of a real danger to them than it is to us because that's
Yeah.
something that they would have to deal with on a day-to-day basis. Whereas
It
I
can
don't
be.
worry
Depends on
about
whether
being
or
raped on a
not.
day-to-day basis.
It can be. It depends on whether or not their mind has been trained in a manner which will counteract that. And this is why I do think it is fundamentally important to for women to encourage women, rather than us fucking talking about this shit. For women to encourage women to come on, get in there, and I'll defend them myself.
The thing is, the people who are actually attacking them are quite vicious and vitriolic. And what we need to do is give women the space to speak. But at the moment, the way things are on YouTube, any woman that goes against the grain is going to get a hell of abuse. It's going to have all sorts of vicious shit spread about them. And I don't think that we should expect people to put up with that crap in order to put their point of view across.
I agree. 'Cause a lot of this stuff as well, people don't seem to draw a distinction between criticism and abuse. And it's like Sage has just said there, it is abuse. Because, people can post criticism of feminism and women all they want, as far as I'm concerned, but abuse is abuse. And now you might say, well, hang on, I'm a man and I get abuse as well. But the difference is, one thing I find is I can disconnect from this. If I find all the crap I'm getting from people like Sargon or TLD or anyone like that, and their fans, I can just switch my computer off and go and do something else. But certain demographics and psychographics of society, they don't quite have that luxury. They're getting this everywhere. They're not just getting it online. And that's something to think about. If you're experiencing sexism all the time, in the workplace, in your social life, and then you're getting online as well, it's not something you can just disconnect from. Whereas I feel I can just disconnect from a lot of this abuse. I can just switch my computer off and go do something else. I can go. Whereas some people can't, especially like trans folk, for example. To me, they experience prejudice everywhere. They're experiencing it online. They're experiencing it in their workplace or their school. They're experiencing it from their family. They're experiencing it from their social groups, and it's just everywhere. And they don't have this space they can go to where they.
What's
they can
that got to do with feminism?
It's got everything to do with feminism. It's a gender issue.
Yeah.
What? See,
Well,
if I came
gender
across
identity.
someone who was transgender or whatever,
Yeah.
I wouldn't. Anything it being feminism would not be anything in my mind. My attitude would be, okay, if that person needs my help, then I'll help them. I'll protect them.
yeah.
I don't give a fuck about
But it's-
what the fuck's it got to do with feminism?
Well, because sorry, go on.
Tom, it's not you who's threatening these people.
Yeah.
And what it's got to do with feminism is down to the fact that the ideas around gender and the ideas around that particular subgroup are related within gender studies, and that's why
LGBT for
it falls in that. Huh?
What's the LGBT for then?
Well, that's the whole point of intersectionality that Andy was explaining a little bit earlier.
So it through that intersectionality, then it goes to show that the actual name feminism actually isn't that important. What it boils down to is trying to make things better for everybody.
Well, I mean,
So what is this argument that both Anita Sarkeesian and Thunderfoot are fucking morons because this is a stupid fucking argument in the first place?
What's in a name?
Sorry?
What's in a name?
What's in the name?
Are you literally taken out of the conversation just because of the name?
I asked for the meaning originally, and I don't understand the center of attention around feminism.
You just spent the last 2 minutes harping about the name or what it's called. What I want to know is...
I mentioned LGBT.
No, you just went feminism. Why do we need to call it feminism? Why does it need to be called feminism?
Why are people centering on the word feminism? From what I recall, I more specifically pointed out. It's not as important as people tend to point out, is what I was primarily trying to put across.
Well, yet those are the people who are talking.
Sorry?
This is what I mean. Does it have to be the most important issue for it to be an issue, though?
Well, the thing is, people are... I'm seeing on a regular basis just people fighting over what this feminist is saying, what this MRA is saying, and so on. I'm seeing that on a regular basis. And the fact is, it means fuck all when it comes down to it, from what you lot are saying yourselves. Not so much Brandon. Brandon hasn't spoken much. But from what you are saying, Andy, and what Sandra's saying, and I'm not disagreeing with anything you specifically say. I just think that there's a misunderstanding when it comes down to the understanding of these words and so on. Because...
Well, the focus of feminism is the gender issue, but... the third wave, this intersectional kind of feminism, to me, it's a kind that understands that other issues intersect with that, and they can't be ignored. Sexism is not something that can just be viewed as a problem on its own, because it intersects with other issues. And a problem that occurred with second wave feminism, for example, was certain, say, black women might say something. They might talk about an experience they'd had where they'd experienced sexism, but then they might also start talking about racism. And they were told by certain white women, "Oh, no, sorry, no, we don't discuss racism here. We're just discussing sexism," which was bad, right? Because the sexism and the racism aren't always separable. Sometimes they intersect in such a way that they can't just be viewed as separate issues. They are mingled in. And third wave feminism recognizes that more. It recognizes that we do have to discuss other issues at least a bit if we're going to discuss sexism overall, because these things aren't always separable. That's the impression I get. So that's why they have to talk about things like racism, LGBT issues, classism, as well as because otherwise, before that, the second wave of feminism at one point was very rightly criticised, I think, for being dominated by white middle class, cisgendered, straight women, basically, and that they could recognise male privilege, but they couldn't recognise cis privilege or white privilege or whatever else, or straight privilege and so on. So, and that's why this idea came. So it's still, the focus is still very much upon women's issues, but they've understood this idea that they need to, they can't just separate that from other issues, I suppose, is the way I'd put it.
Which kind of makes the fact that there's it seems weird to me.
What if we call it like genderism? What if we call it genderism, or you know,
Well, we've got the
generations.
LGBT. I mean, from what I heard more recently, the LGBT has actually added an addition which actually involves pretty much everything. It's
Q.
just about
Yeah.
equality altogether. I mean, as I said, you even said that there's pockets of feminism which are separating off into different sections and so on. Even Christianity has got a section of feminism, but at the same time, hey, they're anti-gay kind of shit. As a state from the very beginning, I'm about equality. That's what I want. I want everybody treated with the same fucking respect.
Yeah.
Yes.
But
And you did,
yeah.
when it comes down to the definition, I think people are harboring too much on the actual definition of the word, which is why I brought up America when we were talking in Abominable History Man's hangout as well. I think that it is actually the title of the thing rather than what actually the target is.
Well, yeah. I mean, the name is a name, isn't it? But I think I don't know. Does anyone else want to say anything? I've been saying too much.
I mean, I've been monopolizing the conversation too much as well. So I mean,
Well,
Brandon,
No, you
is there
haven't,
something you want
Sage.
to
I've
say?
been Sage. No, you haven't. I've been monopolising it. So talk. Your heart's content. I will mute myself. I apologise for
Well,
talking too much, but I am drunk, as I stated.
yeah. I mean, for me, I think a lot of the problems that we have in society nowadays would just be reduced considerably if we had a more fairer system than what we have at present. I mean, but the thing is, a lot of the attitudes people have towards the way things are so deeply ingrained that it'll probably take generations for things to fix. Unfortunately, we don't really have generations to fix those things because at the moment our pursuit of this endless growth and of like this sort of like top down hierarchical system where we got our society set up in is causing us to destroy our environment and basically make our planet unlivable. So
You think feminism is the factor of that?
no, I mean that I think what I was talking about was the actual the way that we set up our society. That includes the patriarchal hierarchical system that we have. There's a whole bunch of things within that system. The pursuit of yourself at the detriment of everything else. That kind of attitude that a lot of that is within society. It allows people to be more willing to be shitty to people they don't like or the things that are lesser than them, and it allows people to ignore things like environmental concerns. It allows people to ignore sociological concerns. More people, they're not gonna, if someone's really well off, they're less likely, it's not impossible, but they're less likely to be worried about poor people or the plight
Right,
of poor people
my
if they're doing
concern
well.
here is that the fact is you mentioned patriarchy again. That's male-orientated.
Well,
I really
majority
find
of our
this
power structures.
ridiculous.
Well, a lot of the power in our society belongs to men.
It's
Majority of our
1% that
politicians.
actually has the power.
Yeah, but the 1% is primarily made up of rich. Not all the time, not every single one of them is, but it's predominantly rich, white, middle-aged dudes. They're not. It's not everyone, but it's like a lot of the group.
Oh,
Is
okay,
yeah.
so if we involve women and so on, it will be.
No, it
Do
wouldn't.
you truly think that making a change of equal rights with women
No,
and men? Okay,
I think
I still think it's lacking. Do you truly think that
no. I think
equal rights
where it
between
is.
equality between men and women is going to change that 1% up above? Do you really think that that's going to be the primary factor that changes
I
how
think there's a
society
lot of
is?
things. I think a lot of things need to change. I think a lot of things actually need to change, and just replacing it with more women in the positions of the oppressor class isn't really going to fix things. We need sort of like a
Yeah.
reorganization of society, but at the moment, the way people think and the way we have done things for so long, we're so ingrained in that I don't think we're going to be able to change it, at least not in my lifetime.
Yeah. Yeah, go on.
I think it can change in our lifetime, but I think the more important aspects are evolving our youth. We need to center our attention completely on our youth, and that's it. That's the priority. It's not going to change unless that gets centered
Well,
across
yeah,
the
well,
board.
yeah.
By the way, Andy, I
The,
dread to think how much hate mail I'm going to frigging get through my comments on this so far.
well, possibly, okay, but I mean, the thing is that when you're saying, "Oh, should we make the 1% women?" This is what I was talking about conservative feminists. Is they aren't really intersectional. They just want more. They just want women to be able to do their fair share of the oppressing. They're quite happy about class prejudice and race prejudice and all this. It's just they don't like the idea of gender prejudice. What I was saying is I'm into this intersectional liberal kind of feminism. So they are not just looking to get women into positions of power. That they also understand there's these issues like class and race and so on, but their focus is the gender issue. But they understand that there are other issues, and obviously there are other groups as well that we need. But like I said, you don't need to choose between just being a feminist or being anything else. You could be a feminist and be a socialist, and be an anti-racist, and be all sorts of other things. Yeah, you and a supporter of LGBT rights, for example. You
Isn't
can
that
be a
muddying
lot
the
of.
water of feminism, though, going on that it's supposed to be for equal rights? The fact
Well,
that kind of stuff where people are saying, okay, yeah, I want women to have equal rights and so on, but fuck the black people. Do you not think it? And there are aspects of that in feminism as well. Do you not think that that's
there
muddying
are
the
race.
water?
There are people who certainly identify as feminists who are racist.
You
Yes,
get that in everything.
I've encountered them, but they're not intersectional. That's what I mean. By nature, the fact that they are racist shows they're not intersectional, and that's why I mean. If I'm to the sort of feminists I like to associate with are people who also understand other important political issues, but they also understand the importance of race issues, and they understand LGBT issues, and they understand class issues, and that's my whole view, which is why I like this idea of intersectional feminism. So the focus of their particular group is on gender issues, but they understand the importance of other issues, and they will speak up for those issues.
So why is this boils down to me again? Why is it that feminism is so important again then? Because I don't just see that attitude in feminism. I see that in a minority as a whole around every part of society.
You think? Sorry, go on, Brandon. Go on.
Well, I think one of the problems is that the way we look at things, all the theories, all of the research, and all of the stuff that's gone on behind feminism historically has been towards liberating women and making them more equal. But now stuff has gone added onto it. Like with intersectionality, etc., third wave, etc. There's more stuff being added on. I think it's just the fact is that historically it's called feminism, and now we've added all this extra stuff onto it. But that's exactly what it is. I mean, if we're talking about first wave feminism, then probably your point stands. But we're currently in it's third wave, and that includes a lot more stuff in it. And I mean, if you want to call it something else, you can, but because of all the research and all the papers and all the the historical stuff that's gone on that's led to feminism existing, and where we are now, I think that's why we think feminism is important, is because it's all of that work has gone on from this movement.
Okay then. Let's put it more succinctly then. Can you all admit then that feminism, the word feminism, and so on, the attitude with it, needs to back off a bit?
I don't.
Not at all.
Go on.
The word. I mean, the way I see it with the word, right? The word is still relevant because there are still definite disadvantages in society to being a woman, and as such, the word is still relevant. That's the way I would look at it. Yeah, I think that there's still relevance to being called a feminist, because the way I see it is, you see, I consider myself to be a humanitarian, but to be a humanitarian, as far as I'm concerned anyway, necessitates that I also be a feminist, an opponent of racism, a supporter of LGBT rights, a supporter of, in my opinion, socialism. Basically, an opponent of classism, let's say. It necessitates all those things to me. Like, to be broadly to be a humanitarian, I feel I have to be a supporter of all those things, because they're all like subcategories of humanitarianism. And so that's why I would call myself a feminist. But when people say, well, what about this and what about that, I'd say, well, that's also why I'm this. I'm also a supporter of LGBT rights, or I'm also an opponent of racism, whatever else.
Yeah, I personally don't give a flying crap what it's called. But I wanted to, you know, because if it's called feminism, so what? Like, what's the problem with that? I mean, why should I give a shit? You know, that's not important. The important thing is fixing problems. I mean, if racism was called something else, it wouldn't matter. We'd still want to oppose it because of the idea behind it.
Yeah, I'll agree with that.
So technically, then, we agree.
I mean, the way I see it, Tom, is if you really don't want to call yourself a feminist, you know, you don't have to. You know, you're not under any obligation to do that. But to me, I think I was first called a feminist by someone else, because I was speaking out on an issue, and I thought, well, yeah, I suppose that does apply. Yeah, I suppose I am. But I don't really have a problem with that. If I think the term applies based on my understanding of it. I keep saying that being a feminist doesn't mean I don't care about other issues. I can still care about other issues, and it's not, being a feminist doesn't mean I'm saying that men don't have problems, because of course they do. But what I've noticed about the problems men have is they're all rooted in the same thing that women's problems are rooted in. They all come from the same kind of gender roles, this idea that men must be this and women must be that. What it is, though, is that women are the ones who have said, or at least certain women have said, we're the ones who don't want to just be told we've got to be this and not that. And they're the ones who sort of have started this kind of revolution to say, oh, well, we want to break out of this kind of mold, but that benefits men in a way as well. Certain men might think, yeah, I agree, I don't want to just be put into this particular box.
Then, when it comes to feminism, in a sense, we need to butt out. We need to cooperate, but butt out. Yeah.
We as men.
Yes.
In a way, yeah.
Yeah,
I think it's important. What's important is, if we as men care about women's rights, it's important to speak up, but not over. Is the way I put it. We should speak up for women's rights, but we shouldn't speak over women. And it's very easy to do the former, I find, because I get very impassioned about issues and things when I get into them. It's very easy for me to just talk and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk. And I have to remember that this is ultimately about trying to get voices of people other than myself heard. And it's important for people like myself to remember to sometimes just shut up and let other people speak. It's a bit like with you were talking about Sequester Zone a while ago. I mean, he's done some hangouts on his channel where it's just him and some women, and he specifically made it like that. And he has taken a bit of criticism for it. It's like, well, why can't some men join in? And he's trying to get it so women can have their say a bit more, because unfortunately on YouTube this tends to be very male dominated. What I've noticed about those hangouts as well is that women involved in them who I've been in hangouts with, who are sometimes a bit quiet and a bit not too chatty, when they're in those hangouts they're a lot more talkative and they're bringing up issues and things, and the conversation's going in a different direction, and it's good that we're hearing that as well.
Maybe they like it that way.
Well, yeah. I mean, that we're hearing, some points of view that we might not be hearing in a mixed hangout. And there's nothing, just because he's doing those doesn't mean we can't still have mixed hangouts or whatever else. It's just that he's done a couple to really try and draw that kind of, actually get some of those perhaps quieter people or people who aren't normally as vocal. It gets them to talk a bit more, and we're hearing a bit more of their point of view. So I support that.
That's my disappointment here, that no women have turned up for this hangout.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair to the women, I think Captain Andy did actually release it around 10 o'clock, around 10:30ish, and it wasn't advertised 2 or 3 days ahead of time. So
yeah, I think I've done this a bit impromptu, but so it would be good if we get some women in here. But again, I mean, part of it is, it's a bit impromptu. Also, though, I don't know. Yes, the online world is not sad, and it is not especially welcoming to women, unfortunately. And I do take your point, Tom, that you said, they should just toughen up and do it anyway. They should just get in there and make videos and fuck anyone who gives them crap. But it's easy for us to say that, I think. Because
What do you think of someone like what's her name? Dark-haired lady, quite pretty, quite popular on very popular on YouTube. Knows Richard Dawkins.
Jacqueline
Glenn.
I mean, someone like Jacqueline Glenn. I mean, to me is like us. If a woman wants to do something, fuck yeah, do what she's doing. She might get it wrong. She might fuck up. She might get.
She does. Yeah.
At least she's getting out there and doing shit.
This is the thing, though, right? You see, a lot of the stuff she comes out with, it's exactly the same shit that the Amazing Atheist comes out with, or Richard Dawkins comes out with.
But at the same time, you're criticising a woman with her opinion.
Yeah, but there's nothing wrong with criticising women. It's not her opinion, I don't think. I think it's just Richard Dawkins' opinion or the atheist opinion, just repeated. That's the problem.
I agree.
I think with Jacqueline Glenn, it's I hate to pile on someone like that, but I get a slight impression, though I don't know her personally, as an observer who doesn't really know her. I do get the feeling that she's playing to the crowd rather than speaking up on things.
Yeah, of course. And that's why someone like Thunderfoot is slightly more popular. And that's also why someone like Anise Sarkeesian is more popular. They have their own wily ways. Whether or not it's moral or not is another matter.
Yeah, well, that's the thing with Jacqueline Glenn. I mean, she doesn't seem to quite understand why she gets criticism from the feminist crowd, and the reason is about who? Sorry,
Lee Lemon. I throw her in there as well.
Well, she's an anti-feminist as well, as I understand it.
No, she's not anti-feminist at all. I don't think.
What she
is that she thinks that women, if they want to do this stuff, they should get up and do it.
She did a video called "Feminism Can Suck a Hill of Dicks." I mean, that's I don't think it's that unreasonable for me to say she's an anti-feminist after her doing a video.
But she's a female, so it's a bit contradictory at the same time.
She's a what?
She's a female, so it's a bit contradictory at the same time, isn't it?
It's not, because it doesn't mean she's a feminist. It doesn't mean she's a feminist. The thing is with Jacqueline Glenn is the reason people have criticised this whole new atheism thing because it seems to predominantly be old white men, and then she's been trotted out and have said, "Oh well, it's not all just old white men. Here's a young white woman." But the thing is, she's just coming out with all the same crap that Richard Dawkins comes out with, or the Amazing Atheist comes out with, or whoever else. So we're thinking that's not really the point. The point of trying to get more women involved or more people of colour involved, or whoever else, is so we can hear different perspectives. We can hear different points of view. But she's not giving us that. She's just giving us the same points of view we've already heard, but just repeated. She even got caught plagiarizing one of her commenters once, which I just thought was ridiculous. Someone left a comment on one of her videos supporting her.
All of the big people have, pretty much. So
yeah, well,
I mean,
at some point, it happens.
Thomas, it's sort of like, the Fox News commentators that happen to be different races. While, it's great that they're representative, and I'm sure that, I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt and say that those views are the views that they personally hold themselves. They are also the exact same views as the person who owns the channel, the person who's in power, and the person who sets the agenda. If they were contrary, then they probably wouldn't have that job, say.
Yeah, this is another problem I have with Thunderfoot, by the way, Thomas. Are you a fan of Coughlin at all?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, you're a fan of him. I mean, you're aware of Coughlin and Thunderfoot have a kind of history. Yeah, they have a history of disagreement. I mean, essentially what that was Coughlin had criticised Pat Condell, quite rightly in my opinion, for pledging support for UKIP, who, let's be honest, are an ultra-nationalist racist party. And Thunderfoot had chastised him for this. His argument was, no, you're dividing the house of atheism. And the response of myself to that would be like, what the fuck? Like, since when has atheism been a house? Since when has Thunderfoot been in charge of atheism? It's like, he doesn't get to decide. Like, if there's a disagreement between two atheists, you don't get to blame one of them and say, like, you're causing problems. Are they not both equally? Plus, I mean,
that's fair dues. Then that shit needs to be let go.
Yeah, and let's bear in mind. I mean, let's bear in mind what atheism is as well. I mean, atheism is just, in its broadest sense, not believing in gods. And you don't get to sort of tell people off for not doing atheism correctly, just because they have political opinions you don't like. And for Thunderfoot to come out and say, "Oh, you're dividing the house," yeah, that's very inappropriate. That's him basically saying, because you're doing something I don't like, you're doing atheism wrong, and that. But what people don't realise is he's
what
there
about
for
atheism plus then? One person with a slightly moronic attitude, fair enough. I can understand. But let it go. Fuck that shit. It's not worth wasting your time with. But starting off a whole separate atheism plus that was to do with involving feminism. The one thing that I don't like about the Green Party, for example, in England, is for the fact that it's got feminism as a separate thing. I mean, what the fuck is that about? The Green Party is supposed to be about everything and everybody and so on. As I said, I've read into it. I know about feminism enough, and I'm thinking to myself, why is that even there? Kind of thing. I want everybody to be happy and shit. It's an unnecessary factor to me. And you got this atheism plus thing. What's that about? I'm confused.
See, atheism plus, at least for me, I feel like they're just doing it because initially I was totally. Hi, I'm Kyria, by the way.
It's a woman. It's not a woman. Oh my god! It's a woman.
Sorry.
Like initially, I was totally on board with Atheism Plus, but I just feel that I don't know, they went the wrong direction, and I feel like they went so extreme so quickly, and it just, the few people that are still gung-ho about it, just, I mean, that's great for them, but I feel so on the other side of Atheism Plus, and initially I was so for it. I like the idea of that, you know, atheists are getting involved in other things, but I don't know, I feel like they really did it wrong with how they went about it.
So, is it your priority is religion then? Is that what you find more of a concern?
Yes and no. I'm very, very, very much an atheist, so I guess that's my biggest thing. But
Yeah, I kind of agree. Which Kerry, did you say your name was?
Oh, I think.
Oh, she left.
off.
Oh, okay.
Did you,
Well, yeah,
did you do that?
by the way-
Andy, you kicked her. You fucking.
Yeah,
I
Did
did not. I did not. I promise.
Well, Thomas, I think Atheism Plus was more of a branding exercise because up
Yeah.
until that
Still
point,
around.
a lot of the atheism movement is Thunderfoot, basically. That's what represents atheism, Thunderfoot and Richard Dawkins, and they don't
Yeah.
really inspire a lot
Thunderfoot
of
ain't nothing
confidence
on
in
Richard
average
Dawkins.
people.
Though. This is
Well,
why is so many people think that Thunderfoot is? As I said, I think he's a prick, but I respect him also. Why do so many people think Thunderfoot is such a big deal? I don't get it.
well, he's next
Well,
to. At one point, he was, I think, next to the. I think he was the most popular atheist on YouTube at one point. He's not anymore.
What about Brett Keane?
Oh fuck, Brett Keane. He's a Christian now. I
That's
think
my
he
cue
was.
to exit.
Do
I'm
you
gonna
see
go
my
eat
point
dinner.
with that comment?
Are you going? Oh, thank you for
Yeah.
joining us very much.
Thanks
Thank
for
you
having
very
me.
No
Nice
problem.
meeting you.
But I think the most popular atheists now are the Amazing Atheists, Dark Matter, and I think Mr. Repsion is the third.
Dark
Well,
Matter is cool.
Yeah,
Repsion, I like the kid.
Yeah,
Repsion's
I
decided
know
to
he
be
fucks
some
up, but he's young.
I used to like him. I don't anymore. Got to be honest.
I don't dislike the kid. I think he's all right. He's young, is how I see it.
Well, Repsion, he did actually do a lot of harassment with a lot of his detractors, but recently he's said that he's going to be less aggressive on his YouTube channel. Let's hold him to that, but there are a few things about what he's done that's been a bit problematic for me. But he's young. I mean, if I was that age, I would probably be still very anti-feminist and have the very negative, stupid attitudes like he does.
If I was that age, I wouldn't have. I've never been anti-feminist until. I'm not even anti-feminist now, but until recently I could be perceived as more anti-feminist. I never was anti-feminist, but I would have been kicked off of YouTube at that age. Fact. I can get how that kid's presenting himself in comparison to me at that age. I would have been off.
Okay, well, yeah, I mean, I get what you mean that he's young and we shouldn't judge him too harshly. Is just what you're saying, isn't
Well,
it?
he should be judged. He should be judged equally.
But
through it all, I think he's doing a good job.
well, I mean, do you understand? Most of his traffic comes from the Amazing Atheist. What's your opinion of
Not
him?
actually how I met him. I met him through the Cult of Dusty.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like either. I've got to be honest. I don't. The Amazing Atheist, Cult of Dusty, Thunderfoot, Pat Gondell, all these sort of people. I don't like any of them. And yeah, I can give reasons why as well. I mean, Cult of Dusty is a racist.
I'm not going to agree with you. I don't know if he is or not. I've never got that impression so far. I've watched quite a few of his vids.
Yeah, if you have a look at D-Land and Cole did a video where he detailed Dusty put some Facebook posts out where he was basically advocating for Holocaust denial.
Yeah.
I shit you not.
Well,
Yeah,
Holocaust
true.
denial
We've seen it.
has been pointed towards Thunderfoot, which I think was fucked up and bang out of order.
Well, yeah, okay, but I don't think
Anything
Thunderfoot is a
along
Holocaust
those lines?
denialist. I think Thunderfoot says some incredibly stupid things about the Holocaust. I don't think he's a denialist of it. But Cult of Dusty has outright said this. I mean, you don't have to take my word for it. Okay.
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay. If you watch, do you know D. Landon Cole?
No.
David. Yeah, check out David Landon Cole, his channel. He has a video on there where he details Dusty's anti-Semitism specifically. He is a racist, as far as I'm concerned. I don't think there's any way around it. I mean, I'm not saying people who are fans of him are racist necessarily, because they may not know about this. But there's a subtle hint of it in one video he does where he's harassing these Mexican Christians, and he keeps calling them Mexican Christians. He keeps saying these Mexican Christians, these Mexican. He keeps bringing
Mexico.
them.
I assume at the
He's
time.
not in, no, he's not. No, this is in America. But I just to clarify, Tom, I'm not saying that's not what convinced me he's racist. Although
Right.
what convinced me he's racist is this anti-Semitic crap he went on about. But if you look at that video, it's sort of, you can see the hint of of this underlying current of it. But I'm saying that's not my evidence that I'm presenting. By the way, I'm just saying that's a sort of a clue. But
If that's your personal opinion after it all, then fair dues. I've just not personally come across racism from him yet.
no, it's
For
fine. But
example, I've made Chinese jokes like and stuff like that when it's come
well,
to.
yeah, okay. I mean, although that's, I mean, if you watch this David Landon Cole video, I mean, he shows Dusty's Facebook posts, which are blatantly anti-Semitic. That's all I'm saying. You know, the Mexican thing, that's just what gives a clue.
South Park could be classed as anti-Semitic as well.
How
Okay.
so?
That, considering it's a
when-
Jew that is actually in
Okay,
charge of it all and so on.
Do you have a specific episode or anything so I can look it up?
The
a little
majority of
bit?
it, there's general references to
Right.
during.
There are characters in,
Points out that oh good, yeah, well the Jews they're gonna burn in hell and stuff like that.
there are
South Park-
characters in South Park who are anti-Semitic. Yes, but they're characters.
Yes.
They're characters in a fictional show. Dusty is not a character in a fictional show. If he
he's an
wrote
act,
a
though.
if he's what? Sorry?
He's an act though.
No, he's not though. This is the thing. I used to subscribe to him because I thought that was an act. I thought that he was doing the hillbilly atheist as opposed to the hillbilly Christian. That was what I thought. I thought this is just him putting on this act of like I'm not a hillbilly Christian. I'm a hillbilly atheist. That was why, and it's not. That's just him. I guarantee that's just his personality. That it's not an act. But even if it is, I mean, you've got to understand that racism, even in the context of humour, you've still got to be careful. I mean, you can make a fictional show with racist characters, and not.
Coughlin, yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, I suppose yeah, like Coughlin's Nazis without aptitude.
Yeah.
That, you know, no one would watch that and seriously think he was a Nazi.
Yeah.
You want to bet? Have you seen
Oh,
some of the comments over Google Plus?
Well, some people are stupid, unfortunately.
Exactly.
Yes, but that's not. I mean, Dusty is serious about this. This is stuff he posted on Facebook. This isn't like a video skit he did. Like, he posted all this anti-Semitic crap, and yeah, I am just convinced. Yeah, I am as convinced as ever he is a racist.
That's fair dues. That's your opinion. I won't agree or disagree with you.
Well, I would
don't know
watch.
well enough, so.
I would suggest you watch David Landon Cole's video. Is what I suggest, and then see what you think.
Okay, but even on that, I would have thought it's just segments of certain parts which have been staged and so on.
Well, what I wanted to say a little bit earlier was that South Park is usually satirizes anti-Semitism and takes the piss out of it.
Yep.
That's how I usually
As
see
it does
it.
everything.
In the
But
way
yet
that
it's being threatened by Islam for being anti-Muslim. I do.
well, I think that was a greatly exaggerated threat. It was
Are you
there was
kidding
some
me?
speculation that it might
No.
actually
Slaves, come on, be serious. Well, okay, I've protected. See, I think that people's perception of Islam is totally fucked up. I think it's a complete joke and it's a mockery. When it comes down to terrorism, it should boil down to you target the terrorists and only the terrorists. And you may have seen posts of mine. I've got Islamic friends. I find the idea of some of these people on the internet, yeah, kind of thing. But when it comes down to those issues involving that, what South Park's actually done is put themselves more at risk than even what happened in Paris.
Well, I think they've done it before. They've depicted Muhammad before, and it's gone without incident. I think in this case, there's
Team
heightened
America.
awareness of it. There's heightened awareness of it, and they got really pissed off. Well, I think there's not so much the depiction of Muhammad that people get really pissy about. I think it's more when there's like denigration or like taking the piss, which to be honest, I don't think I don't value that. I don't value like people getting angry about that sort of stuff. But at the same time, you've got to understand that that's the opinion some people hold. I don't think it's a good. I don't think taking the piss out of people's religious figures is a good thing. But at the same time, like I don't think that that's a good enough reason to kill a bunch of people over.
I find it tends to boil down to, with Islam, the mocking of the Quran as a whole, and basically Allah and so on is part of that. And when you're drawing pictures of it, you're mocking the Quran, the Word of God, and so on and so forth. There's a very warped connection to it all, from what I see. I forgot my other point.
Yeah. Well, I mean, are you familiar with? I mean, do you remember when there was this whole debacle about Thunderfoot being photoshopped in porn?
Yeah.
Yeah. And do you understand why that was done? It was because
let me think back. I'm sure I know the answer. No, I'm done.
Well,
I've done too much.
What it was Thunderfoot was doing this whole thing about let's mock Islam by drawing Muhammad, and he was doing this and going on about freedom of speech. And certain people who were critics of his thought, well, let's see if he can take what he dishes out. And they were like, well, let's see if we Photoshop Thunderfoot into porn or we Photoshop into various images, will he just be as cool about it as he thinks Muslims should be about people drawing Muhammad? Yeah, that was the idea. It was like, so, well, if he thinks he's going on about this freedom to offend, can we get away with offending him? That was the idea. It's like, well, let's just see if how he reacts to having his buttons pushed, and he reacted really badly to it.
Yeah.
He turned into a total baby about it.
What did he do?
Well, he puts this video up complaining and whinging about it, and trying to he blamed Coughlin for it, which was actually incorrect because it wasn't him who'd done it. He only blamed Coughlin because Coughlin was a big YouTuber at the time who was an opponent of his, and he thought, I've got to kind of slap him down. So it was actually one of Coughlin's friends who did it, not him. And I just think that does show Thunderfoot for what he is. It's like he likes dishing it out, but doesn't like taking it.
Did he suggest flagging or anything?
Yeah, I think he
Be
did.
honest.
I think he did. I can't. I think he complained directly to YouTube about this and said YouTube should consider banning Coughlin.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes, because Coughlin by this point was on his third channel, I think, or his yeah, because this was by this point he was on. Well, he'd had Coughlin 666 had been banned, and I think he had two channels by this point: Coughlin 000 and Coughlin 616, and Thunderfoot kept making this big show about, oh, he's been permanently banned before. Why is he not banned now? But that's not actually true. He hadn't been permanently banned. That was incorrect. But the point was, I mean, yeah, Thunderfoot seemed to want to try and silence this. And you think, well, look, you know, you're willing to antagonize Muslims by drawing pictures of their prophet, but when someone draws pictures of you that you don't like, you react negatively to it. Now, it might not be completely analogous. Obviously, there are differences between the two situations, but nonetheless, it still says, I think it says something about Thunderfoot that is at least worthy of discussion.
He wanted to get rid of. My attitude is, I personally wouldn't have been bothered, but I can understand why someone would get in touch with Google and say get rid of it. I can understand why someone would do that.
Well, it didn't happen on.
Wouldn't have been bothered. But
It didn't happen on YouTube though. This is the thing. This was done outside of YouTube, so it's nothing to do with YouTube. Like YouTube, Google are not the people to complain to. You know, you can't get someone's YouTube channel shut down over something they did that wasn't on YouTube.
Yeah,
I still don't know how to work this thing.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think one more thing I want to add is, you know, I don't think there's any point if you don't have a point, you shouldn't really be mocking people, because I think that if you're trying to say something, say it, but if you're just doing it for the sake of being a dick, then I don't agree with that.
Okay. How did you take my original comment to you when your first impression of me must have been bad then? For example, I assumed that I'd be, because I'm, as I said, 6 foot or whatever, I was using it as an example. You seem like a gentle type of person.
I don't care, to be honest. I mean, I didn't care about your comment. I'm just saying, in this particular context, when it comes to taking the piss out of people's religion, or when it comes to taking the piss out of people's sacred cows, unless there's an actual point to it, you shouldn't do it. If you're just doing it to be a dick to people, then that's not a good thing.
I held back laughing. I understand Hinduism, but I held back laughing at that point when you said sacred cows. It was a natural response to me, and I wouldn't want to ever offend somebody, but I naturally found it humorous because for me personally, it's so damn bizarre in my mentality. So,
well, I mean, I think the whole Charlie Hebdo thing was a lot of the cartoons didn't seem to be pointing their ire at the figures of people that needed it to be pointed at. I mean, when it came to, they were satirizing, I think, the perception that a lot of Muslim women in France are welfare queens. Instead of taking the piss out of the people that have that horrible perception, they just showed a bunch of caricatures of black women pregnant and linked that to Boko Haram, rather than actually, hey, let's take the piss out of the people that have these dodgy ideas, and let's try not to add more fuel to the fire, so to speak. And as a lot of their cartoons and stuff did that, quite frankly, I don't think they deserve to die.
I agree.
That's the thing. I just don't think that doing that sort of thing, taking the piss or being shitty to people who are already downtrodden, is a good thing. I don't think that is a noble thing. I think what is noble is if you've got a point, or if you're trying to bring something across, do that. That's great.
I agree. I agree. But people have got a lot of criticism and desensitization For example, when I was younger, looking at the bra section in the catalogue pages was my massive highlight for me personally. Now, it's a completely different picture. I've learned to adapt, and at first I found certain sections of bra section very different over the internet to what I found in my catalogue. So
Okay,
it's
so
a desensitization thing, which is why, in a sense, I don't agree with what's being put out by the Charlie I can't say that name properly and never have been able to. I'm just gonna
Charlie
call him Charlie.
Hebdo.
Yeah, I'm just going to call him Charlie. Charlie.
Yeah.
And although I don't personally agree with it or whatever, I do support it because it does involve. Okay, it's mocking, it's taking the piss, it's unnecessarily picking on someone. In a sense, it does create a certain amount of negativity. But in the long term, it also creates desensitization, which is very important also. And obviously, it's not going to be understood worldwide, but at the same time, the thing that concerns me is the step from making somebody with bad humour and taking it to the next step of actual violence. And
yeah, I mean, none of us are saying that we condone violence. None of us are saying that we condone violence. I don't condone it. I don't think it was good what happened to those guys. I defend their right to say horrible, dumb, stupid things. But at the same time, I think it does need to be said that as decent people don't just take the piss for taking the piss's sake. You do it for a purpose. If you want to put a point across, or if you want to teach someone something, or if you want to, like make, you punch up, not punch down. You don't just take the piss out on the downtrodden. That's why what I'm saying is, I don't put that sort of behavior on a pedestal. I don't put that behavior on a pedestal. I can still say that I defend it, but I don't put it on a pedestal.
But that's what I was trying to point out. That's the separation which I'm finding. I used the example of the bra section in the catalogue. At today's YouTube and certain sites and so on, where do you create the separation from visualizing something onto the actual violence or whatever involving when it comes to things such as this? For example, every single Muslim that I've come across in my specific area of the country, I think there's only ever been one of the motherfuckers where I've had a problem, and I am in a very multicultural area. Only ever one. Yeah. I've had more problems with ginger tossers with glasses, a cocky attitude, than I have anybody else.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. Well, what I would say is, I mean, what I don't like is the way Charlie Hebdo are being held up as these martyrs for free speech, which in reality they weren't, because they actually fired I think they fired at least one member of their staff for anti-Semitism. But I think their definition of anti-Semitism was someone objecting to their anti-Palestinianism. I think. I mean, I've read up on this, but it's difficult to get the exact facts. But obviously, those aren't the same thing. If someone objects to anti-Palestinianism, that doesn't mean they're anti-Semitic. But either way, I mean, I don't see these guys as champions for free speech. I think that's something they're being martyred as. They're being seen as these martyrs for free speech. And of course, I mean, as the sage said, I mean, they don't deserve to die for this. Of course they don't. I can't stress that enough. It is an absolute tragedy that people have been killed for this. But let's not pretend that these guys were warriors for free speech when they just, in reality, weren't.
They were pricks.
They were pricks.
They were outright lines which should not have been crossed. I find it horrific what happened in every single way, but in a sense also they made a very valid point that is a line that you don't fucking cross. Doesn't matter who you are, what terrorist organisation you work for, what the fuck ever. And that was the issue. People need to understand that more so that is a line. It doesn't matter what the fuck the motherfuckers were doing. Okay, they were cunts. Excuse my language.
No, that's fine. It's
but-
okay.
But shit, that line, and the fact is, you can't criticize them, criticize the pricks for it. Okay, they were wrong. They're out of line. But shit. No, it doesn't matter how much of a prick they were. They didn't take that step. They weren't even close to that fucking step. Other people took that step.
Yeah,
Other people killed them. They killed other innocents in the process.
And they shouldn't have been killed. But this is the thing. This is the problem. When someone gets killed for doing something stupid, it's like you can no longer say that what they did was stupid, almost. Because it would be disrespectful to the dead or something, and what they did was stupid. And you see, I as far as I understand,
it was stupid. I would say it was a bad attitude.
Yeah,
but it kicked them in the arse in the end. It was a positive attitude, but the fact is. Is making such a valid point at the same time. I don't think that their deaths were in vain, and my concern is that their deaths could possibly be in vain for the fact of the separation of how this actual issue comes about in the first place.
Yeah.
They were killed. Other people were killed because of it as well.
Yeah. Well, what I'd say is this, right? People have been drawing the Prophet Muhammad as a reaction to it. I'm not going to draw the Prophet Muhammad because I wasn't going to do that beforehand, so why would I do it now? That's my thought. I'm not going to do it. If I ever feel a compulsion to draw Muhammad, I will.
I can't draw for shit anymore.
No.
When I come across things over YouTube, I only like the ones that I genuinely find funny.
Yeah. If I ever
like them.
Yeah. If I ever want to draw Muhammad, I will. Because I have the right to. Yeah, but the fact is, I'm not going to draw it as a response to Charlie Hebdo because I wasn't going to do it beforehand. So why would I do it now? It's like that's what I mean. I'm not going to sort of join in with this whole let's all draw Muhammad. I mean, Draw the Prophet Muhammad Day has never achieved anything. Let's be clear. It has achieved absolutely nothing. Other than satisfying the frustrations of a few anti-theists.
Fuck it, there's Atheism Day as well, though. I don't get that personally. Being agnostic and all. In your face, have it, you fucking atheists.
Well,
sorry, I'm joking.
Yeah, well, I suppose if in somewhere like America, where atheism is a kind of demonized position, by them want their own day. I get that. In the UK, we don't need that. There is not a necessity for Atheism Day, particularly. But I get in America, certainly in the deep south of America, there may be a niche for that. But, yeah, over here we don't need it, really.
We've sort of got an
where does Sage live? Where do you live, Sage?
I live in, Greater London area, so let's not get specific.
Yeah, okay. But we're all UK here, yeah. So yeah. I think the thing with the Charlie Hebdo thing, I mean, I don't like that they're being portrayed as martyrs to free speech, which I don't think they were. They were happy to censor people when it suited them. Obviously, they don't deserve to die. That was an awful act. No one should be killed for just something they drew or wrote or said. That's obviously not appropriate.
It's fucked up.
I mean, I think all three of us are in agreement that wasn't right. That them getting killed was not right, regardless of what they printed, what their thoughts were, or whatever. They shouldn't have gotten killed.
Yeah.
It's the same as them. This seems to be the tricky line, though. It is that line. I think, although I personally wouldn't do it, I think that they should be. Even I can't stand, for example, anti-Semites. I despise them. But and I will criticize the motherfuckers. I've slagged them off and everything. They keep coming back at me. I hate them, but in a sense. But I would never flag them ever again
I'd never block them. I flagged one of them once because it was just he got to the point of where he was just attacking me. I'm not even Jewish. It got to the point where he was just attacking me, and I'd had enough.
Yeah.
But this seems to be the line where people have an issue, and it does involve freedom of speech. Whether you like it or not, it does.
Well,
People
on the
should be
internet,
allowed to say these things.
the internet is a different matter. Like, blocking people on the internet is not a free speech issue. It's the internet. You can, that's no different to throwing someone out of your house if you don't like them.
I think it, in a sense, involves the same thing, though, because
You could apply all the same principles, yeah, but if someone comes into your house, Tom, and you don't like them, and they're saying things that you find repulsive, and they're not going to shut up about it.
My house.
Well,
I can turn off my computer.
Yeah, but on your channel, someone comes onto your channel and starts spouting crap you don't like. You have the right, completely legally and morally, in my opinion, you can block them or kick their arse off if you want.
Which is fair, but I think it's cowardice. It's fair.
Well, how is it cowardice? I mean,
because at the same time you can just ignore them.
Well, can you though?
Yes.
I will. Can I tell you my sort of blocking policy? Right.
Yeah, sure.
Yep. I will generally let people post stuff on my channel, right? Even if I find it repulsive. But if I'm in an argument with someone and I find it going nowhere, and it's fruitless, and this person is now no longer really engaged in a discussion, but is just looking to just hurl abuse for the sake of doing so, I may eventually just say, right, yeah, you're gone. I've given you a chance to say what you've got to say. All you've done is hurl abuse. I'm going to kick you off. The same as I would if someone was in my house doing that. If someone came into my house and was abusive to me, I would kick them out. It's my channel. And quite frankly, on my channel, ultimately I have the final say. I will let people speak their piece, but if they're just going to, if it gets to a point where a conversation is going nowhere, then I will probably block them. Another thing I do, sometimes people come onto my channel, they'll comment on a video, and they'll say, I couldn't watch all of this because it was shit, and blah, blah, blah. And I say, well, look, if you've not watched this video, I don't think you should be commenting on it. Because the comment section under a video is to discuss the video, is it not? Yeah, that's what it's for. And if someone's not even bothered watching it, I just think, well, why should I let you comment on it? You haven't even watched it. If you're not going to listen to my opinion that I expressed in the video, why should I listen to your opinion? You can't even possibly have an opinion of this video if you haven't watched it. And I will usually say to them, look, either watch the video in full or fuck off. And if they fuck off of their own accord, I won't block them. If they continue to comment without having watched, I'll be like, yeah, get bent. You're blocked. Because why? Yeah, why should I?
I definitely agree with you in a sense. I think that's fair dues. But here is my overall opinion of it.
Yeah.
I would not do anything about it. It's your decision. I'll either post on your channel and so on of my opinion. If you choose to block me, I would see that as cowardice, but it's your choice.
But is it coward? When you got to understand it. Did you see the video I did recently against Teal Deer?
Yes, I did.
Right, you've got to understand that my comments went absolutely ballistic because of that. I've got now I didn't disable comments on that video, but I can understand why someone else might, because I've got this huge list of comments, and there's about 3 of them that I give a shit about. You know what I mean? And every other comment is just some idiot calling me a fat drunken retard. I've got to use. This is my channel. I've got to use it. There's things I want to read and things I don't want to read. I don't care about certain people's opinions because they haven't even listened to what I've said. They've just come over and giving me shit because they're fans of Teal Deer, and therefore he's right and I'm wrong, even if they haven't bothered really considering it. And for that reason, so I didn't disable comments on that video, but I can understand why someone else might.
Yeah.
Because it's
Through
just
your actions,
inconvenient.
though, there is responsibility.
Yeah, but it's just inconvenient. You know, I want to use my channel how I choose.
Which is why I say you didn't, but if you did, I'd find it as cowardice. But you didn't, and the fact is, even if you did, I'd find it as cowardice. But it's your choice.
But it wouldn't be because of cowardice. It's just annoying. It's just annoying having. It's not. I'm not scared of these people.
You're not able to hack. Yeah, it's annoying and so on. You're not able to hack and deal with what you get from your actions.
It's just disruptive to my life. I'm trying to read comments I want to read from people I like, and it's difficult to sift through all this garbage that I don't care about because it's from angry 14-year-olds.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying. That's all it is. But in reality, I didn't block them. But I can understand if you've got like 100 notifications on Google Plus, and three of them are things you want to read, and 97 of them are just abusive garbage. It's inconvenient. You just want to like, fuck off. I just want to.
You may have come across. You may have come across a song that I put out before. Alanis Morissette.
Mm-hmm.
I recommend biting off more than you can chew. That one.
Yeah, I know the track. Yeah.
Right, prime example. Give it a shot and so on. If you can't deal with it, then fair dues. Do what you wish.
Yeah.
But when it goes after that, then fair dues. Cut it out. If you can't hack it, don't go there. And that's what it should technically boil down to. If you can't hack it, don't do it. Kind of thing.
It's not cowardice though. It's just impracticality. It's very impractical to have to deal with a load of stupid abuse from people who have nothing relevant to say. And I get why people might just disable comments for a certain video.
I think these people don't really contribute though. They don't contribute to the conversation. They're just abusing.
It's not conversation. It's not conversation they're having. It's just hurling abuse out there, and I can't be bothered making time for that. I mean, to be fair though, I didn't actually disable comments on that. But one of the reasons I don't though is because I kind of want to gather evidence against people like Teal Deer or Sargon or people like that.
I don't even know this Teal Deer. All I came across was that video of yours on him.
He's an asshole. He's a fucking asshole.
Yeah.
He's I would check out his channel, but he's just a fucking asshole.
I can't be bothered, truth be. I don't know anything about the person. I came across it. I didn't like it or dislike your video because I don't know the motherfucker. And truth be, I don't really have any interest in him specifically.
No, well, I wouldn't either. I mean, you can check it out if you get a chance. I mean, the thing with Teal Deer, I mean, he's said some really appalling things, but his channel is very popular, and it's increasing in popularity, and that is disturbing. He has some absolutely repugnant opinions. I mean, not least he thinks pregnancy is easy. That's the level of misogyny we're dealing with here. He thinks being pregnant is no.
Well, actually, from what I hear from some women, for some women, it actually is. But as a whole, no.
As a whole, no. Yeah, and that's it.
I don't want to do that.
No, yeah, you don't want to even go there because you know, why would you? That's the thing that these channels are disturbingly popular, and they have
one of the reasons. I think one of the reasons why they're so popular is that there's a certain feeling that a lot of men have, or a lot of 14-year-old boys. They're quite pissed at the fact that women actually get to choose who they spend their time with, or who they want to sleep with, etc. And they're really upset about that fact, and they just go onto these channels to try and rationalize why that's unfair to them specifically, and that sort of feeds into their own victim complex. And by watching the videos, it makes them more angry, and more angry, and more radicalized. It's sort of, they work in a similar way to radical Islamic preachers, or like any sort of far-right group. It's sort of like you have a grievance, you go in, and they tell you this is the fault, this is what's causing your grievance, and then they feed you all this stuff, all this hateful rhetoric. And even Andrew Norton's pointed out the similarities between like anti-Semitic rhetoric and far-right rhetoric and racist rhetoric and the kind of stuff that these MRAs actually put out against women.
See, I don't agree. I'm sorry, Sage. I mean no disrespect. I'm just voicing my opinion. I think it boils down to, as a whole, the desensitization aspect again, and entertainment primarily. I can't stand the Jeremy Kyle show. I hate that motherfucker. I genuinely do. And people enjoy watching that shit. That's how I see it, and this is exactly what I see happening over YouTube as well. People enjoy that stuff. They enjoy seeing the most extreme, weird stuff, and they're looking at it genuinely, thinking to themselves, well, I'm not as fucked up as I thought, kind of thing.
Well, I mean, I think a lot of the people, if you look at the comment section and the way that they mob people that disagree with them, a lot of people share the opinion of Tilde and people like Zargon Card. And
the majority of them are trolls.
Well, you may say that, but from the way that they put their stuff across, it doesn't look like trolling. It just looks like straight up they believe what they're saying, and they're very, very vitriolic and hateful towards both women and anyone that disagrees with their particular worldview.
Do you think that you can actually get to know a person properly then through online options and so on? Because I'm not one of those that believes that's the case. I think the only way you can truly know someone is through knowing them for a few years in person, in real life.
Could I say something here? Right, abuse is not trolling. This is another thing. If someone posts something abusive, whether they're sincere about it or not, they've just posted something abusive. And that's the fact of the matter. I mean, we could speculate as to whether they were sincere or not, but they've posted something abusive. So, we can't.
And if you get a kick out of those things, where's the best place to vent it? Online, where nobody knows you, generally no consequences. You're going to get more assholes that are more that way inclined, enacting their deeper, innermost narcissistic attributes.
Why should
spamming them out over the internet?
Why should the internet be a place for people to be abusive, though? I mean,
because they can get away with it generally.
Yeah, but is that okay? I mean, should we not aim to make the internet a nice place?
I don't think it's really possible to do so.
But should we not try to at least?
Hey, I try.
Yeah, well, there you go. I mean,
it's possible though.
But we can try to make it as pleasant a place as we can, even if we can't make it perfect.
I'm going to be a right bitch here, by the way. Hence, feminism is such a mess as it is right now because of the internet.
Well, I think the internet has brought out some very unpleasant attitudes in people who might not be confident enough to express it. Like people like Sargon and Teal Deer, for example, they don't show their face on camera. And now, I'm not saying that everyone should. There are good reasons why some people won't. But I think they don't because they know that in the real world this crap will not fly.
I've come across one or two of Sargon's videos. I think it's two that I've come across. There was only one stage where I thought, "What the fuck? You are a prick," kind of thing. But I don't know either of these guys well enough to judge them personally. And as I say, it's the internet, so I wouldn't take them seriously anymore.
Well, why? Because it's the internet.
Because if I met them in person and I came across a person who actually acted in the manner that I'm going to try and use an example. Some of the stuff that Dusty has said, but in a joking manner, if he actually enacted what he stated, which I perceived as a humorous aspect of his character, they wouldn't last very long around me.
Yeah, but why is it okay on the internet then?
I don't necessarily think it is okay on the internet, but
Well,
the
there you
internet
go. That's what I'm
generally
saying.
allows people to have. It's kind of like road rage. Road rage is a good example of this.
Yes, yeah, I agree. That's how people behave, isn't it? They get angry and shouty because they know that they're not going to bear the full brunt of the consequences.
Yes.
But is that right? Do you think the people we
How are
argue
you
with?
going to stop it?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, you put effort in. You try and explain to people that it's not right. I mean, you can't make a perfect world. That doesn't mean you can't try and improve the world.
I agree
I
with
don't
that.
think.
But where do you draw the line? That's what this was primarily based on.
In the same, you draw the line in the same place you draw it in real life, and I put real life probably in inverted commas because the internet is real life. These are real people we communicate with. These are not characters in a game that we're shooting down. That's how people view them. These are real people we're talking to.
I mean, look, the fact is that you shouldn't have to deal with people just dogpiling on you, loads of abuse that is of no consequence and doesn't contribute to the conversation at all. We've got there's nothing that says that you have to stand there and take it while someone just shouts into your face, lots of expletives and shit like that. You don't have to. I don't think it's cowardice to, if women or if other people want to delete those comments or block comments. I don't think that's cowardice. I mean, putting your opinion out there, it requires a lot of bravery. And if people want to say horrible, abusive stuff about you, they'll find some other avenue on the internet to say that. You don't have to have it directly in your face all the time.
Okay.
I'm going to the toilet.
I'm going to look up the word cowardice. Because this is, I think it's people generally picking up too much on a word itself. Cowardice is a trait wherein fear and excess, self-concern override doing or saying what is right. Good and help to others or oneself in a time of need. It is the opposite of courage. As a label, cowardice indicates a failure of character in the face of a challenge. So I think you're reading too much into that word alone itself.
Well, you're the one who actually stated that it's cowardice to delete comments that are of an abusive nature.
Yeah, you're not facing things.
Well, that's not. If someone is actually challenging your perspectives and your point of view with their comments, then you can respond to that, and that's fair enough. But if someone is just hurling abuse at you, that is not acceptable. Like if someone was just to hurl racial abuse at me, I'm going to stand there and take it. Like on the internet, if I have the option to remove that those abusive comments, I will. If there's something that they want to say that's constructive or something that's related to the conversation, I will try and engage with those people. But if you're just going to hurl abuse at me, there's nothing like cowardly about telling you to piss off by deleting your comments. If there's a point that you're trying to make and there's something that you're actually trying to say, then that's different.
I agree.
If you're just shouting, hurling non-stop abuse, then you can just fuck off.
I agree. It's not proper accord as such, but as I read out the actual word itself, the meaning of the word cowardice, I think you're reading too much into that. Everything I
didn't-
said
I
involves
didn't-
that.
I didn't bring up the word.
It's not facing up. The fact is, YouTube right now, unless good people like yourself, Sage, please don't get me wrong, sir. Seriously, because I don't mean to be condescending or criticising in this, but I'm just trying to create an understanding of the situation. When it comes to things like YouTube, it's generally hostile. When I first came across YouTube, I turned it on, was on there for about 3 days until I come across so much shit that I didn't touch YouTube for a year. It was that it was that hostile to me at first. Eventually, I became more accustomed to it. Okay, fair enough. That shouldn't necessarily be good accord. It's not the proper way to act or so on. But as I said, the use of the word cowardice in the way that I perceive it is you're not facing up to the facts, particularly if you make a video. If you start blocking people, you're not facing up to the reality of how some people are acting in that situation. You're backing down, and courage will override the cowardice kind of thing.
Thomas, I don't think that I'm advocating you deleting people or blocking people for making points. I'm very specifically targeting those people who actually just are there to hurl abuse and have nothing constructive to say, have nothing counter, they don't try to counter your points. They're just there to ramble on about racist this or sexist or misogynist this or transphobic this or whatever. Those people can go away. They're not doing anything constructive, and just by having them there, by hurling abuse, you're just making the place really, really horrible for people.
I agree. I agree with you. They're assholes, but if you don't confront them, they will keep coming. As soon as you show a sign that they have no place here. They shouldn't be getting involved or engaging in this specific conversation if they're not going to converse rationally. As soon as you start stating those things, they see a target. They come at you. It's vicious. I know. I don't agree with it. I don't like it, but it happens.
I don't think that's the point we're trying to make. We don't give. I don't give a shit if someone's got something constructive to say, even if they are being a bit of a dick. That's not the problem. The problem is quite specifically when someone isn't contributing, isn't engaging with you, isn't actually willing to have a conversation with you. They're just saying, "Fuck off, you fat cunt," when mangina, bitch, man whore, scum of the earth. How are you gonna go from that to actually having a more polite and reasonable conversation and having an exchange of ideas if someone's just hurling abuse at you? Do you have to stand there and take the abuse from these fuckers? You have to just stand there and just let someone just swear at you all the time. I don't agree with that. I don't think that is you're ever gonna be able to make those guys have a more moderate position on their opinions.
Which is why I'm trying to put across this different perspective of it. When it comes down to those sort of people, if you don't confront them in a sense, okay, fair enough. If they start spouting swear words, just calling you cunt left, right and centre, don't bother blocking them because they know that they've got it you. Leave them carry on doing their own messages, whatever they want to say. Just ignore the motherfuckers.
Well,
they'll carry on nonetheless. And the fact is that they'll generally move along.
No, Tom, they're taking up space in the comment section. Do you understand that they're occupying space that could be occupied by people who want to have meaningful
discussions? You're going to do it to someone else if you don't take it.
Yeah, and they can block them as well. And that's the thing. They're occupying
They'll find someone else.
Yeah, and they'll block them as well.
They'll find someone else.
And they block them.
They'll find someone else.
Yeah, same answer. See the pattern.
See the point.
This is a repeating pattern. The point is...
The point. That's exactly the point I'm making. It's circular.
If these people have something relevant to say, I'll let them say it. Even if I find someone's opinions repulsive, if they're sort of vaguely coherent, I will let them post them. But there are certain points I reach where I just think, this conversation has run its course, and this person is now just taking up space that someone who might want to say something relevant could be taking up. You know, when you look at the comments under a YouTube video, you only see a certain number of them. Yep. You can look for more. You can click that load more button, but most people probably won't do that. They're only going to see the top ones. And if the entirety of the top comments is just dominated by some dipshit who is not having a dialogue, but rather a monologue, yeah, if they are just aggressively just pouting shit without listening, there comes a point where it's time to just get rid of them. And I will let people have their say, but if they're just not engaging in a proper dialogue, there comes a point where it's time to just kick them off. You know, and I don't do that a lot, and I don't do it quickly. I will let people have their say, but if it just gets to the point where it's going nowhere, yeah, time to fuck off. Time for you to sling your hook, because you know, other people could be saying things right now, and they're not. Their comments are just being pushed down by this person having their tantrum in the comment section, which is not really what a comment section is for.
Yeah, a lot of the time what you got to also understand is I was reading some article the other day where they were just saying that a lot of these people comment online, they're actually hired by public relation companies, like the Tea Party has hired one that just basically hires a bunch of people, and their job is to literally go on online forums and just harass people that bring up issues about social justice. I want to find a link to that and probably add it to when you make this video live. But yeah, I don't think that's constructive either.
Anything that you come across involving things like that, please give me a link.
I'm
talking about in regards to people trying to enhance those things. Please give me a link, because those are the people that I would happily waste my time on. Happily. I do understand the point you two are making, but it's just that, as I tried to point out, there is a circular aspect to it, and I find it unproductive in the long run. It ends up coming around and hits someone who is not using the opposite of cowardice, courage to counteract these retards. Do you understand what I mean?
There are some people who I think are overly aggressive with the ban hammer. They will ban people without really giving them a chance. I definitely would not put myself in that category, though. I was arguing with someone on my video against Sargon a while ago. He posted and posted and posted and posted and posted and posted and posted, and this went on. And the only reason I decided to ban him was because it got to a point where he was repeating the very first argument he'd made. This was after like, a million comments, and I was like, "Look, we've already gone over this." And I was like, "I'm not going to go over it again. We've gone over this. Okay, if we can't agree on this, there's no point continuing this. And you don't want to give this up because of stubbornness." So I said, "Look, if you don't fuck off, I'm going to block you," and that's it. And I feel no guilt about that, because I let him have his say. I gave him plenty of time to say something coherent. He was just a fucking idiot. He just posted so much bullshit, and it was just eventually it just reaches a time where it's, yeah, let's just we've had enough of this. Let's get rid of this person, because they're contributing. They can still express their opinions on their channel.
Do you know something?
Yeah.
You've actually made me aware of something. I've blocked only ever 2 people.
Okay.
One of them was a person who I mentioned earlier.
Okay.
I think you can work out who that was. Come on. Brett King, come on. BK.
Who, sorry?
That's one of the people I've blocked. I
Okay.
am going to unblock them all now,
Right.
and I'm going to make a fundamental point from here on in that I am never going to block someone again, ever. I'm going to
Oh.
unblock everybody I've blocked, which is only 2 people, and I'm never
Okay.
going to block. Oh no, it's 3 people, and I'm never going to block
3?
anyone again. Yes.
Oh, I'd be careful about making a promise like that.
I'm
Okay.
unblocking them, and I'm never going to block them again.
No,
I
you
don't
never
know
block
promises.
anyone
I'm
again.
making a stand
No one.
because I've realised that I've been a bit hypocritical, and I actually believe in what I'm saying.
You think you're never going to block anyone again? No one.
No.
So if someone just comes and dominates your entire comment section with spam,
Here's the thing: I don't make YouTube videos, so
well,
I'm unimportant.
well, but if you did though, this is the thing: if you're trying to communicate with people and some dipshit comes and just dominates your whole comment section with garbage, I mean, you see, it's easy to say, isn't it? I'm not going to block anyone if you're not making videos.
I think what you should do is just.
I think you two have actually got me on this one. I might, unlike all of the other topics of conversation we've had, you two might actually have me on this one.
Yeah.
Because I'm out of options. I'm finding you fuckers, and this pisses me off. I hate being wrong.
Well, you need to feel bad about it. I mean, there is a middle ground. There's a middle ground between never blocking anyone and blocking everyone who disagrees with you. And the middle ground is that you give people a chance. If you feel like a conversation is going nowhere, you make the decision to block that person. Or what I usually do, I mean, if someone comments on a video, because I get this sometimes from people, they don't bother watching the video, and they say that. They leave comments saying, "Oh, I watched the first minute of the video, but couldn't stand anymore because it's fucking shit." And usually what I'll do is say to them, "Look, I have a policy of blocking people who comment without watching. So if you want to comment again, you need to watch the video in its entirety, or you can fuck off." And if they fuck off of their own accord, I won't block them. But if they continue to comment, I'm just like, no, I'm blocking you because the comment section under a video is for discussion of the video. That's what it's for. It's not just for people to say whatever the hell they want to say. It's specifically for discussion of the video.
Can I also point out, though, we did slightly veer off the original points, though, where freedom of speech becomes appropriate, other than just YouTube. I mean, what is acceptable? I do need a piss, by the way. And
okay, but this is the internet. Okay, freedom of speech means the government. Right? The government can't punish you for saying things they don't like. That's all it means. And YouTube is not owned by the government, and I am not the government, so I do not have to grant people that. I do not have to let people say what I am under no obligation to let people say what they want to say. If I let people say what they want to say, that's a courtesy on my part, and usually I do let people say what they've got to say. But if it gets to the point where they're just making a lot of pointless noise and not really saying anything, I'm perfectly within my rights to block them.
I do want to point out, though, my terminology involving the word cowardice, though, before I completely bow down.
Okay, go for it.
I've already said it to Sage. But
Go for it. Okay.
Is a trait wherein fear and excess self-concern overriding doing or saying what is right, good and of help to others or oneself in a time of need. It is the opposite of courage. As a label, cowardice indicates a failure of character in the face of challenge. So the term that when I use cowardice actually wasn't wrong
in a sense.
But these people aren't challenging me. They're harassing me. They're
You're
wasting
challenging
time.
at Settlement the fact that they're going on and harassing you.
No, harassment is not challenge. Challenge is when, as far as I'm concerned, when you're making a point that I might not have considered, or you're picking apart some argument I've made. If you're going to post some comment saying, "You're a fat drunken retard," that's not a challenge. That's just stupid abuse, and yeah, you're going to get blocked for it.
Well, it depends on whether or not you put battle at the end of it, but anyway. Sorry, I was
It's
thinking
not,
of the
it's
film
not a
Angel.
challenge. They're not challenging anyone.
I was thinking of the film Angel, sorry. Yeah, you know,
Okay. Did you see my point? That there is a difference between. That's not a challenge. That's not challenging arguments for picking them apart. That's just someone posting a load of horseshit. That's not. There is a difference between the two. And I'm usually pretty fair. To be honest, I don't even usually block people like that. Usually I will just make fun of them. And usually they're the ones who end up being butthurt and who end up fucking off. They've come here thinking they own me, and that doesn't happen. So yeah. But another point, I mean, Thunderfoot has blocked Sequester Zone, extremely boring, Hannibal. Yeah, he's blocked all of them on Twitter. It is Thunderfoot who's going on about.
I understand. Sorry, I had to get that in there.
This is Thunderfoot who's gone on about having his tongue ripped out or whatever because someone has banned his Twitter. What a honk! I mean, he keeps going on about this, how he doesn't block. I mean, he's blocked people and that's fine.
I don't know who Thunderfoot's blocked or not. Personally, I don't give a shit.
Yeah, but he's blocked people. This is the thing. I mean, I don't mind if he just has decided he doesn't want to communicate with certain people, then that is up to him. But what I don't like is him getting on his high horse about free speech and all this when he is doing exactly what everyone else does, which is blocking people who he just doesn't want to talk to.
Yeah. That guy just pisses me off.
I have no pent-up aggression in such areas personally.
No, it's not so much him or the way he does things. It's the fact that his followers actually started, assimilating his opinions and regurgitating his rhetoric. Just like religious people do to the rhetoric that's battered by religious leaders.
In all fairness, you the people who are anti-Thunderfoot do need to kind of tone it down a bit in their emotions themselves.
But why?
They do seem to pick up innocent bystanders in the process.
Well, possibly, but the thing is, I mean, you're talking about like how Hannibal wants to punch Thunderfoot in the face.
I'm not. I find that was unnecessary, and I also find it hypocritical.
Well, okay. I mean, personally, I would definitely
I didn't like the work issue. I didn't like the work aspect. That's what.
Well, you see, yeah, I would like to punch Thunderfoot in the face, but I would add that I won't. It's something I will restrain myself from doing should I ever find myself in the same place as him. But I'm not going to deny. I mean, I really would like to do it because he is such a horrible person. But the thing is, I mean, though like I was saying in the Bottomless History Man's Hangout, I mean, this is not just some. This is a reaction that Thunderfoot basically mocked and set his subscribers upon one of Hannibal's friends, who is a rape victim.
You told me, yeah.
Yeah, and to me that is a very extreme circumstance. This is not just. This is why when Thunderfoot says, "Oh, well, imagine the reaction if someone threatened to hit Anita Sarkeesian." Yeah, but worse than
I don't even know if if that was the case with if Thunder, but this is somebody who doesn't know any better. I don't even know if Thunderfoot was aware of this. You could tell me that's the case, but how do I know?
Well,
It could also be the case that even if you say that he was aware of it, and there was an impression that it came across that he actually was aware of this, does it actually mean that that was his intention? It may have been a complete fuck up from him. And,
Well,
and
actually,
this is the difference to me. This is the difference
here we go.
between Sarkeesian and Thunderfoot.
Sage, I think Sage, you just posted the
actual
link to
link
this.
to the original bit where
Yeah.
he incited the comments. He didn't tell his
Yeah.
followers to back off, or that's not acceptable. It's not acceptable to be
Yeah.
a shitty person to someone who survived a rape. And he did encourage them to dogpile on him. But yeah, I can see why someone might get really, really pissed that their close
Yeah.
friend is being, who suffered the rape, is being abused that way.
Yeah, I mean, I understand why someone would get angry at that. They're angry, and it's gonna override their kind of rationality. It's just like this is why I don't really take Thunderfoot's argument that, imagine if someone did this to Anita Sarkeesian. The worst thing Anita Sarkeesian has ever done is criticize video games. That's not comparable, in my opinion, to encouraging people to dogpile on a rape victim. Those two things are not comparable. So that's my view. It's not a case of it's a woman, no, it's a man.
I think there's a misunderstanding here. I don't agree. I don't agree with what he said in the slightest. I personally wouldn't take that attitude. But there's also the issue of I wouldn't put it out in public view, particularly over Google Plus or YouTube, or Twitter posts, that I'd be molested. I wouldn't put that out there. I wouldn't
Well, why
say,
not?
hey, yeah,
Well,
this is what happened to me. I mean, I'm not
Well,
saying
what-
it's
what
wrong
if-
to do so. I'm not saying it's wrong to do so. I don't think that the reaction was correct here. But at the same time, how would I possibly know if that person is telling the truth as well? There are a lot of liars out there.
Well, it doesn't matter. Like this person has said, right? They've been raped. Do we just dogpile on them because we don't know that they definitely have, or do we think maybe we should leave them alone because?
As I said, I don't think this particular incident is right. I haven't read through the full thing yet, but I don't think Thunderfoot's response was right. I think it was playing out of order. But there isn't one person that I haven't come across YouTube where I haven't thought to myself, "Oh, you fucking arsehole, why'd you say that?" And it probably wasn't even exactly how they'd actually see things in real life. And as I said, this is kind of like a scene of when it comes to being in a road rage situation. It's that kind of scene. It's horrible, but it is part of reality over the internet right now. I'm not saying Thunderfoot's a saint, but I just personally don't
he's
know
not.
about him, and I hear a lot of negativity, and I'm thinking to myself, oh my god, the same as I'm hearing a lot about Sarkeesian, and
Yeah,
it's weird.
but a lot of the times what he does is he quote mines people, he takes them out of context, and he does actually, he repeats things so often that eventually things that we talked about, several years ago.
Now I know that's
we
been
actually
done to
view-
him as well, though.
we actually look at it as what he's saying is the facts, when in fact at the time things were being debunked, like the stuff he said about Rebecca Watson. He did misrepresent her position quite thoroughly, and now because of the repetition of his particular version of events, that's what people see as what happened instead of what actually happened. Instead of having a proper view of what happened, they have the biased Thunderfoot version of those version of events. Similarly with Dawah Films, he didn't actually properly threaten Thunderfoot. He was taken out of context, but now every time there's a conversation about Dawah Films, because Thunderfoot repeated that lie often enough, that's what people see. That's what they say every time they bring that up. They're like, Dawah Films, what he did was he threatened to kill Thunderfoot, when in fact Dawah Films was actually responding to Thunderfoot's claim that he'd be alright with there being a nuclear holocaust against any Islamic countries.
Does that
So
make it right to act in that manner? No.
he didn't
The
actually
people,
threaten.
no,
Well,
no,
he
no,
didn't
the
actually threaten
people,
his life.
the people who act in exactly that manner should be slammed equally to what Thunderfoot is, and this is what I'm not getting here.
He didn't. He
It seems
didn't
to be a
actually.
completely hypocritical act
Didn't
going on
actually
from a
threaten
lot of
him.
people.
He didn't actually threaten his life. He was taken out of context. Dora Films didn't actually threaten his life. He said
He
he was
sent
bringing
stuff
him
to his
closer to God.
workplace.
I'm not sure. I don't think he actually sent anything to his workplace. He was trying
That's
to
been
find
done.
out
My point is, it's the same
Fine.
people which are criticising Thunderfoot, yet they're doing exactly the same thing. It's completely hypocritical.
Can
And the
you-
fact
can you
is, it's
explain
going to
how?
a step further as well in some respects.
Can you
I
can you
don't
explain
get why. Sorry?
Can you give your reasoning for that? You just made a statement. Can you give your reasoning for why you think that what people are doing to Thunderfoot is just as bad as what has been?
Because it's exactly the same thing.
How so? Can you just explain that, please?
Because they're doing exactly what he's doing. It makes them hypocrites. It makes them equally on the par to be judged in exactly the same manner.
Can you give us details about what they've done and give your reasoning?
The fact that I think it was something ape. Oh, what was his name?
Golden Ape.
The
ape. Yep, sending out certain reports to his workplace and so on. I mean, it's unnecessary bloody bullshit. Sorry?
He sent an open letter where he didn't actually ask him to get fired or jailed or anything of that nature. What Bewildered Ape did actually ask was if they could actually look at the situation, as in his comments. And
see, the bizarre thing is to me is that you're trying to justify this when it is no different to what Thunderfoot has done himself. They're identical.
It's not identical. It's not the same. I don't think I don't think anything that anyone's ever done to Thunderfoot is the equivalent to getting someone to dogpile on someone who's been raped, or any of the encouragements to harassment that he sent out to your colleagues. But at the same time, I don't know everything that's happened ever in the history of everything. But
neither do I. Which is why I'm pointing out that these people just come across as hypocrites.
I mean, I personally wouldn't have done that. I told Bewildered Ape.
Exactly.
I don't agree with stepping on a man's stomach, but the reasoning that Bewildered Ape gave to me, at least, is that the actions of Thunderfoot have consequences. He asked people to, he's getting people to threaten the lives and safety of women he disagrees with, and he's getting his followers have these general negative attitudes, and those attitudes that they've got are going to have real world consequences for real people. So it's sort of, well, I personally would not have done what Bewildered Ape did, but I can see his reasoning, and I don't think it's an equivalency. Asking someone to investigate Thunderfoot's opinions on.
And here's the problem. I can see Thunderfoot's. Here's the problem, Sage. I can see Thunderfoot's reasoning as well. They are both as bad as each other. This is where my logic steps in and says this is a fucking joke. On both parties. This is what pisses me off.
Well, I mean, it's about 2 in the morning. I think we're all going to get a bit emotional.
Yeah, I have been drinking. Yeah. So.
But I think, I mean, let's not get too upset about this. I think.
I don't mean to come across as attacking you, by the way, dude.
Yeah, no. I hope I'm not giving the equivalent impression to you either. But the thing is that the way I see it, I don't particularly agree 100% with the response given to Thunderfoot. But the stuff that Thunderfoot has done is really orders of magnitude worse than what his detractors have done. I mean, I don't agree with either side, but at the same time, Thunderfoot is out of 2 slightly dodgy options. Thunderfoot is the worst one, if you ask me.
I personally think the extremes of Anita Sarkeesian's side are exactly the same as the extremes of Thunderfoot's side, except they're, they're they're slightly more concerned for me for the fact that Anita Sarkeesian has more of an influence overall. And whether or not it's just Anita Sarkeesian's like followers and so on that are causing the problems, I don't know. I don't know what the big deal is.
I mean, how so? I mean, are Anita Sarkeesian's followers actually sending rape and death threats? Are they?
I've seen some
people?
pretty nasty messages over Thunderfoot's page and so on
Can you
from
give
people.
us more detail as to what that's involved? I mean, we can pretty much guess.
Everything from
and
along the
allude to
lines
what
to
he's
I'm
done.
going to fuck you up and so on. But generally, he does have a bit more
Well,
protection from people
I'm
that
gonna
are trolls
fuck you
who
up,
will
yeah, but
jump over equally and so on.
but yeah, I don't think like people are Gamergate actually revealing his the anti-Gamergate site is really revealing his personal address, and they're not encouraging people to go and cut him up or rape him up. I think what you call it, even Hannibal the Victor, when he made his statement, he said that I know what I'm saying is wrong, and I don't condone it, but my emotions are getting in the way. I don't think you should apply what Hannibal was saying in that particular instance to everyone. And even Hannibal acknowledged that what he was saying was wrong, whereas you don't really get that sort of
So
acknowledgement.
because he said it was wrong and he softened it up a bit, that makes it
I'm not saying that
justifiable.
it's right. I'm not saying that it's right, mate.
Exactly.
All I'm saying is
As
level of magnitude.
an innocent bystander in all this, this is genuinely what I see as someone who knows no better. And this is what I've seen since I first came across Thunderfoot. And I was like, what the fuck's going on here? And it's been that case all the way from the beginning. And I'm still sitting here thinking, what the fuck? Okay, yeah, he's a prick. But so's that woman. And so are these motherfuckers that are just ripping into each other. What the fuck are they doing kind of shit? I just find it bizarre.
Personally, I don't really. I'm not like a fan of Anita Sarkeesian's. I do find some of her analysis to be a bit lazy. I don't agree with everything she says, but she's brought up some valid points. But I think she didn't actually ask for all this vitriol and hatred to be piled upon her. I think that's more,
And Thunderfoot did?
Well, Thunderfoot is actually an initiator of victimization for a lot of people. He's initiated a lot of like hate campaigns.
I could make the same case for Anita Sarkeesian in regards to that.
Well, no, I think Anita Sarkeesian, what she did was she originally created some videos. People were pissed off because the content of those videos upset them because she was criticizing video games, not actual individual people, and not actually making individual attacks on real people in the real world. And then that resulted in her getting death and rape threats, which actually resulted in her getting a lot more money and exposure, which is why she's such a lightning rod for all these hateful people. Now, if the videos that she put out, they were ignored by all her haters and detractors, and they didn't mention anything or they didn't send her rape threats, Anita Sarkeesian wouldn't be talking about her. She wouldn't even have any influence. Anita Sarkeesian is a monster created by the hatred and vitriol that's piled upon her. That's what it is.
I see this as such a double standard. It seems like you're trying to justify one beast over another.
What is bad, but what I'm trying to say is that Anita Sarkeesian is not willfully trying to goad people. She's not willfully being a douche. She's the whole thing surrounding her is actually being caused by the hatred that's piled on her, rather than her actually. She didn't go and make a whole bunch of videos to Thunderfoot saying "fuck you, Thunderfoot," and then take him out of context, and take the piss out of him generally.
No, she's influencing society instead.
Well, she wouldn't be able to influence society if she hadn't had all that hatred piled on her. If she hadn't had that was what started it. If she didn't get that much hatred piled on her, people wouldn't have donated as much money to her. She wouldn't actually be anything. All these gay people that are pissed at Anita Sarkeesian should be more pissed at themselves, because by victimizing her, they've made her such a big deal. I personally don't think her criticisms are that.
That makes no logical sense to me whatsoever. It I don't. As I said, I've got slight bit more favour toward that for that to Andy. The only reason is because he has less influence over society. That's the only reason. And all I'm seeing is a justification for Anita Sarkeesian and her actions because of circumstances, because she got more hate mail and so on. I don't know how much hate mail gets. I mean, if you stick someone like Cenk from Young Turks, for example, up on YouTube, I would have thought he actually probably gets 5 times the amount of hate because of his opinions on Islam and so on, over Anita Sarkeesian, for example. I find this a double standard attitude as a whole.
I don't think it's a double standard. I think what
I really need a pee, man.
She was persona non grata. No one gave a shit about her until someone started a hate campaign against her. That's what we're trying to say. So if no one started a hate campaign against her, she wouldn't exist. She wouldn't have any influence on society. But what I'm trying to say is, what kind of influence does she have? What negative impact is she having on society? Can you tell me what she's trying to do?
Okay, there's a hate campaign against terrorists. We are in deep shit if this is how the world works. Then it doesn't make sense yet again.
This is not an apples to apples comparison. It's an apple to orange comparison. That doesn't quite fit into this particular situation. I mean, what kind of negative impact is Anita Sarkeesian having? Is she blowing up schools? Is Anita Sarkeesian gonna kill a few cartoonists that make fun of her? Is Anita Sarkeesian, what is she doing? Tell me that.
She's influencing society.
But in what way? To what end? What is she trying to do?
In pointless ways.
Yeah, but how is what she's doing negative? I mean, can you tell me how is what she's doing negative? Can you give me a reason?
Attacking computer games, for one, which I find bizarre. There's also the fact that if you're called a white knight, you're doing it right. I've never been called a white knight, funnily enough, and I'm really white as well. That's what I don't get about it. But this, I'd have to send you a list on this.
Please do. I mean, I'm not joking about this. I'm just being real with you, mate. If you can explain to me why what she's doing has a worse negative impact than what Thunderfoot is doing with his whole rape apologist stuff and his whole harassment campaigns and his pro-harassment stuff.
See, I don't think he's ever met. That does piss me off, because I don't think he's ever done that. I've never thought his overall context has ever done that, and me and Andy fell out over that at one stage.
He does. Well, he does say in his video
he's not careful with his words. I agree with that. He's not careful with his choice of words, but there's nothing, in my opinion, to suggest that he is a rape apologist.
Well, he says that if you're having sex with someone and they ask you to stop and you carry on, he says that's not rape. And
I agree. I would stop, personally. I would hands down stop. But I find it,
because that's what the law says you do as well.
I find that if you, for example, okay, let's go into a bit more detail. Because I've been in that situation and I stopped.
Good.
And my God, it's fucking difficult. But anyway, I stopped. But the fact is, other people in that situation, completely wrong, nonetheless. But at the same time, I don't think it's right. Full stop. But the fact is, it's already there. They should stop, but it's weird, that section to me.
It's a weird situation to be in, but the fact is, if someone asks you to stop doing something to them, you must stop because it's their bodily autonomy. And
there's also aggressive sex as well.
we're not talking about like, we're not talking about like maybe someone having like one extra thrust because they've only just heard you tell them to stop. We're talking about someone who just thinks, fuck it, I'll carry on. And the word he uses in his video is finish anyway. Finish. Right, this means he thinks his desire to finish, to sort himself out, is more important than the other person's desire to ask him to stop. And he's wrong about that. And he's not just morally wrong, he's legally wrong. If someone asks you to stop doing something to them, you must stop. I know I would want them to stop. If someone was doing something to me and I wanted them to stop, I would expect them to stop. Upon me telling them to stop. Yeah, I don't know what.
See, and this to me, that to me is another draw the line scenario. I agree that it's totally fucked up, and explain my my opinion of the situation.
Yeah.
But at the same time, if someone said to a person stop doing something and they didn't stop, I'd expect, oh God, this is going to sound messed up. If someone was doing something to me and they wouldn't stop, I would either kick the living shit out of them or I would smash them across the face with something. If I ended up getting screwed over by the person, I would fuck them up to a degree, if not possibly.
Yeah, but why would you have to do that? Why should you have to do that? Shouldn't this person?
You shouldn't have to do that. You shouldn't have to do that. That's the problem.
Yeah, but
there's a line going on here where it's totally fucked up, isn't it?
Yeah, but this is the thing. Thunderfoot is saying it's not rape if you do that. That's the thing. He's saying that if you carry on doing something to someone that they don't want you to do, it's not whether or not they try and stop you is irrelevant to the point he's making. He's saying, he's saying it's not rape; it's just bad sex. That's
so what happens? What happens then if you're told to stop, you stop, and then the person says it's rape? This is what I mean by the line.
But you've stopped. So
yeah, you stopped. But what happens if the woman says that she was raped? What happens in that situation?
If she lies.
What I mean by this line. This is a really messed up line for me. I completely.
You stopped. You stopped.
To go to proceed.
If you stop, if she says it was okay, but then she changes her mind halfway through and asks you to stop, and you stop, then you haven't raped anyone. Okay? That's as simple as that. If she then starts saying you have, she's
But who's
lying.
going to be the judge of this?
A judge.
Who? That's exactly. There's that line. Who's going to be the judge? Who knows? I mean, the guy may pull out. The guy may pull out. The guy may pull out and stop when the woman said stopped, and then she can still say he raped me like that.
Yeah, but what do you think will happen? What do you think will happen? The law generally will side with you in that situation. With a lack of evidence, which is the case here, if she says, "Oh, I was okay with it, but then I wasn't,"
which is why it should never get to that stage in the first place.
But has it ever? I mean, this is the thing. Do you understand the amount of false rape accusations, right? They are no greater than the false accusations of any other crime. It doesn't mean they're not an issue, but we've got to keep that issue in perspective.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very small instance. I mean, if you look at the Wikipedia page on it, a couple of links to organizations like I think is FBI, They actually did some reports on it, and the actual amount of rape, the false rape reports, are minuscule. And they even included stuff which was a bit iffy, where they didn't have enough evidence, but they dismissed because they didn't have enough evidence to go forward with it. I think, look, man, I think the problem is that Thunderfoot is a scientist, and when he says something, he says it with a scientific authority behind him. And if he says something like "it's you can still finish anyway and it's not rape," a lot of his followers will think that that's all right. And also when he makes certain, when he puts out certain attitudes like, women should take personal responsibility for themselves getting raped, that also is negative because it reinforces the idea that any woman that's been raped, she deserved it because she didn't follow all the correct societal etiquettes. It's blame the rapist, not the person who got raped. And this whole rape prevention thing, it just sort of feeds into that sort of narrative that when women get raped, it's their fault, rather than it's the fault of the person who raped them. So in that regard, what he's putting out into the world is very damaging, and it's going to actually have real world impact. Like having that kind of negative attitude being perpetuated to his 300,000 plus followers that pretty much look at him like a religious leader.
Yeah, really.
Thomas isn't responding. I think he might be peeing.
You saw that, Tom? You still there? He may be busy. We'll see if he comes back in a moment.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Yes, I agree with what you're saying there. Yes, I think that it does feed into this narrative, doesn't it? Oh, he's left. Okay. But hopefully that's not because he was pissed off.
I hope so. I mean, we're just going to agree with each other, aren't we? Let's find something to disagree about.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but I mean, yeah, I get what you. I agree with what you're saying. I think that's the problem that ultimately Thunderfoot is. He's trying to put this blame onto victims, isn't he? And he's. I mean, yeah. That for me, that I mentioned that is the real clincher. Is Thunderfoot says, "Oh, it's not rape, it's just bad sex." If someone carries out after you've asked them to stop, I was like, well, of course it's rape.
Yeah.
And we're not talking about someone, like a delayed reaction to someone telling them to stop, which is what I think. Some people think it is. This is someone carrying on. This is someone having heard the message and carrying on because they want to. And he doesn't seem to ask that. I mean, and people have argued with him on Twitter about this as well. They've argued with him, and then
he blocked.
Yeah, I'm sure. What's her name? Thing Too Cool for You. She said she had an argument with Thunderfoot about this on Twitter. He didn't seem to get this, and that's worrying. And it emphasises the problem. It's like respect people's bodily autonomy. Basically, it's a fair policy, isn't it? I think. So yeah.
Do you think he's legit? I mean, do you think he legitimately holds these views, or
Thunderfoot.
is it just he sort? Yeah. Does he legitimately hold these views, or is he just doing it for the views?
I've thought about this. I think maybe it's a bit of both. If that makes any sense, I think he plays into it. I think he's become more invested in this because of the views. I think he may have started off just legitimately being a bit cynical of it, but he's played into it more because of the views. Because it's a bit like someone like Ray Comfort or Ken Hovind. I mean, there's argument as to whether they really believe what they believe, or whether they're really just atheists and they're just flat out lying. I think it's more a case that they kind of on one level believe it, but on another level, no, it's bullshit. And it's the cognitive dissonance. Excuse me.
Take your time.
Excuse me, sorry. There's a cognitive dissonance thing going on where the bit of them that does believe has to convince the bit of them that doesn't. You know what I mean? I think Thunderfoot is a bit like that. I think on some level he knows he's talking shit. On another level he doesn't. He genuinely believes this. And that's the kind of cognitive dissonance.
I mean, what would happen if someone was to convince him otherwise? I mean, I think another thing is that he's burnt so many bridges that if he did change his mind, I think people would accept him back. I think he's kind of been pushed into even going further hard on his position that he's picked.
It's difficult to say, isn't it? I don't think he will be convinced, though. That's the thing. I think he's. The Magic Sandwich Show haven't had him on for a while, have they?
No.
I mean, I don't know if they've officially kicked him off or they've just thought.
Well, he is a drama magnet. He does start beef with people who mildly even disagree with him. Like the whole Free Thought Blogs thing.
Yeah. It's all about. I mean, his channel has always been around drama, which a lot of us didn't realise initially, because I used to be subscribed to Thunderfoot and I used to enjoy his videos. And looking back, though, it was always about the drama. It was always about him getting into fights with people, and it was always about. I mean, he's always been a bully, but we didn't realise it because the people he was bullying were assholes. And because they were assholes, we didn't really see them as victims. But, oh, hey, Tom, you're back.
Hi, Tom.
You're back. Yeah.
That was the worst time ever to cut out. Shit. I went for a cigarette thinking to myself, oh, God, this is so going to be misconstrued. Can I get across the basic of my position, okay?
Yeah.
Fundamentally wrong. If you're told to stop, you stop. That is my attitude. Hands down, stop. Told to stop, you stop.
Yeah.
But my concern is when it gets to that point, when it's actually there and so on, a bloke pulls out when he's told to stop and he's accused of rape by a person. Thank fuck this hasn't happened to me. The risk of that guy's lifestyle going to pot, and also the risk of a woman possibly being raped when she tells a person to stop. Now, I find my line is basically going from the point of there to actual physical contact, getting in there, as it were. That's my line. If I'm told to stop, stop. That's my primary line. But if I'm told to stop in between, I will stop as well. But
Has this happened, though?
not everybody is like us. Not every bloke is like us. And here's my concern. Once certain blokes are there to distinguish rape from someone saying it's rape and not, there's a completely different factor involved to me. A different logical factor, and this is my concern with the situation. It's risky on both parts.
But has this happened, though? Has anyone? I mean, do we hear about this? Has people been told to stop?
Well, the calls for rape, full stop. That's exactly the issue with that line. The calls of rape, the calls for rape. How can we distinguish between that? And okay, yeah, maybe a bloke is genuinely going to get off with it more so because of lack of evidence.
Yes.
But one thing that should be put across more primarily is to get into that situation. And I'm not doing, and I'm not trying to say that I'm not trying to victim blame. But the fact is, there is more of a risk to the victim before that point. That is my concern. and this is what I mean by the line. I'm concerned for women in regards to that, because there are a lot of blokes which don't think like us. They are pricks. I'm a prick,
Yeah.
but luckily I'm not as bad. And it needs to be, there needs to be more concern of getting into that position in the first place. In my opinion, it is a risk.
Well,
Going
yeah,
on
but
that, blokes are generally stronger and so on, and
well,
the
so
situation in itself.
if someone's doing something to me, I ask them to stop. I want them to stop.
Yes,
It's as simple as that.
I completely agree.
And I've been in situations like that, or at least I've said, can you do less of this and more of that? Or whatever. You know, I've said, you know, I don't this. Yeah, I've asked people to change what they're doing. This is the thing. I just don't see this, like, this idea that people are being accused of rape when they have stopped. Where is that?
But that's exactly it. How are we to know?
But when have you ever heard of that?
How are we
I've
to
never
know?
heard of that.
How are we to know?
By looking at news and media reports, we've not heard of anything like that. What we've heard, what we hear in the news and media is people doing things to people they don't want them to do. We don't hear about people stopping.
Mm. And if you change your mind part of the way through, when a person says stop, it may already be set in their mind that they decided now that they never wanted to do it in the first place. So it becomes, to me, more risky to the woman, but it is a 50-50 scenario when it comes down to a logical perspective of it.
But has that happened, though?
How would we know?
Well, let's look at it a slightly different way. Okay, how about prevent yourself from the risk of being falsely accused of rape? You choose to engage with someone who you actually know for a little bit, and you know that that's not the kind of personality they have. I mean, if you know the person a bit, or if it's someone that you're in a relationship with, it's less likely to happen than it is on a one-night stand or whatever.
Yes.
I think the actual likelihood of that happening is very, very rare, even in the case of a one-night stand. But at the same time, if you are that concerned, then just be a little bit more discerning with people that you choose to, engage with in that way.
But that's where I've been more sensible than a lot of other people, and luckily I've never been in that position of having accusation thrown at me. But I also take into account that it is just as possible that someone could be accused and put into that situation as not. And that's what I mean by this line involving that situation. There is more risk to a woman, there's no doubt about it. A bloke should not act in that manner, never should, but it is as a whole more of a risk to a woman.
Okay, the original point was that by Thunderfoot, by encouraging the idea that it's okay to finish in using the correct wording.
That's exactly the point.
He's encouraging people to have the attitude that it's all right for you, if a woman says stop, for you to carry on. And that is a very bad message to send out to his very, loyal and his sycophantic followers who follow every word that he says like a gospel. So that's.
I'm not going to argue that. I'm not going to argue that, but I've not seen any videos direct. I don't know if people have sent messages. Maybe they have, but I've not seen any videos targeting him or sent to him involving this specific issue. The fact that the actual rational reason as to why it's such a bad thing to try and put out there.
I'm sure that there has been a lot of people that have actually mentioned that giving these bad ideas, putting these, to use Thunderfoot's own terminology, sending out bad ideas into the world to people that are willing to follow them and take them to the logical conclusion is probably not a good thing.
One thing I remember from this video that you're talking about, I saw it a long time ago, but the overall context is you should not do it, was what Thunderfoot's primary context was during that video about this scenario. Blokes should not rape, it should not happen, it should never go through, it should never be gone through or anything. That was the context that I received from it. And I had an objective view of him. I liked his science, but that was it.
I think what you understand is, in that specific instance, he said that that instance which would be considered rape by any logical outcome, was actually justified. So, I think that is him actually saying that these more soft kinds of instances aren't actually proper rape, and sending it out because he's a scientist and people value what he has to say. If he puts that out there in the world, people will be more likely to say that, yeah, that's good, than if I said it or if you said it, because we're not.
So it was irresponsible then on his part. It wasn't that he actually endorses such acts.
Well, no,
correct.
Look, he's actually saying that stuff is acceptable.
Well, the last I heard is that he was saying that he's a Holocaust denier as well. That's the last I heard about him. Going under the same pretenses.
I don't think he's a Holocaust denier.
Exactly.
But, I think what happened, in my personal opinion, what happened is in order to win points in that particular debate, he took a stance which said that scientific research is perfectly fine. Even if the research that we get is the consequence of a mass death like the Holocaust, and then there was the fact that he was so Machiavellian in the way that he put that out there is really disgusting, and I think that's what people took issue with, was the way he presented his arguments. It sort of for some people, it also showed that he was okay with genocide as long as it had some sort of positive outcome from it. And a lot of people are opposed to those kind of utilitarian kind of arguments. I want to shut up now so someone else can talk.
See, this whole kind of thing to me is people don't tend to look at it as rationally as they should as a whole. I'm not going to go into certain areas, but there are other areas even more so concerning to me in regards to the kind of rationality that's incorporated when it comes to issues such as these. There are even worse scenarios, and to throw out such accusations when that doesn't seem to be the case to me is particularly concerning.
Thunderfoot has previously said that it would be alright for there to be like he'd be okay with there being a nuclear strike, just like I think Sam Harris, a nuclear strike in the Middle East, and
making first strike. Do you mean, or?
Yeah, that sort of line of reasoning.
Before they get us, kind of attitude.
Yeah, that mass murder, the utilitarian type of agreed mass murder.
Yeah, that's completely irrational stupidity on their part.
And then, I mean, if you
I don't know if Thunderfoot said it, but I know Harris said something along those lines. But I think he was taken out of context overall, because his primary context is he is anti-killing people. That's Sam Harris's primary context from what I'm aware.
The way he put it, Sam Harris actually put that was sort of like, we should, I would be okay with there being a first tactical nuclear strike, wink wink, but I don't think mass murder is good, wink wink, but yeah, I can see why someone might come to the conclusion that Muslims should have a tactical nuclear strike against them, which is sort of backtracking and then retracking on the same point that you made. That's the definition of using weasel words.
So you better criticise him for his presentation then.
Well, no, he's actually presenting it in such a way in which he says that he agrees with it. He agrees with that point, and if someone if someone else had that point of view, he didn't unequivocally say that mass murder is wrong.
I thought it was based on an extreme circumstance in the first place with Sam Harris, though. It was along the lines of, from what I recall, if they were actually in a position of nuking us, then yeah, we should nuke them first before they do us. Now, I think that's a completely messed up mentality. I think it's unproductive. Everything about it's
they
bad.
don't have nuclear weapons.
Sorry?
Have nuclear weapons unless you actually count Israel. The Middle East doesn't have.
Right, you are aware of Russia, right? And also, you can actually, as messed up as this is, you can actually look up things on the internet. And if you have an understanding of physics, more so than myself, this appears to be certain connections to it. And if you've already got a nuclear warhead from somewhere like Russia or something, maybe even China, who knows? You know, it's a bit risky. Now, I don't agree with the whole hypothesis of what Sam Harris put across. I found it unnecessary. But his overall context does seem to be, no, don't kill people. It's fucked up. That's my perception of Sam Harris.
Okay, well, I mean, Thomas, I'm really glad that you are actually here on the chat, because otherwise I think me and Andy would have just agreed on everything.
I'm a pain in the ass, man.
No, it's good. It's good because you know what? At the very least, it makes us have to actually work to put our arguments across. In the case of Sam Harris, I kind of think that he's sort of manipulating words in a very deliberate way to make it look like he's okay with Muslims being targeted.
I'm not going to deny I have suspicions myself.
Yeah, I kind of get that feeling from Sam Harris in the way he presents his arguments, that he's sort of like, oh, if I could get away with it, I would say these things with impunity, but I'm just gonna backtrack a little bit, just to make myself look a bit better. Again, I don't know the man personally. I don't know him intimately either. I don't want to. But at the same time, that's kind of the impression I get. I think a lot of people, a lot of his followers get the same impression as well.
If you don't mind me asking, how old are you, by the way?
I'm very old.
How old? Come on.
I think I'm a few years younger than Sequester Zone. I'm like 1 or 2 years younger than him.
So you're probably 28?
Yeah.
Roughly?
Yeah.
Just be honest, just tell me. Are you studying to be a doctor or anything? I get the impression, I could imagine you being some form of doctor or something.
Well, I mean, I don't want to give my job.
Oh, that's cool, that's cool. I was just, sorry, I'm just being nosy.
No, I think this is being broadcast. If it wasn't, then I'd be...
Okay, that's fair to say. Sorry. I was just being nosy. Sorry about that.
No worries.
It's anything to add, Andy? Come on,
No,
I'm still in
especially,
a fighting mood.
I've not got much to add, especially, no.
You are wrecked, aren't you?
A little bit, yeah.
You're totally fucking wrecked, I can see it. But, as I was saying, just to clarify a situation, because these kind of things do concern me. Rape, bad. No. Told to stop, fucking stop. You dumb cunts. That's in short. And so, sorry if I came across as hostile or whatever, but I don't mean to. It's generally my way of just trying to find answers and so on. You got me a bit on the cowardice aspect, I think. That I've changed my attitude. More so, maybe I should use a different word in future.
Okay.
But thank you very much for letting me babble shit.
No problem. No problem. Okay. Is everyone done?
No worries at all. I wish there were more people, actually.
That would be cool, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're right. I mean, you picked up on a point. It would be great if we could get more women involved in discussions, but that's part of the problem.
Well, you kicked one of them.
Who was that?
Joking.
Oh, Dean.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know where she went.
What was her name? D or something?
Dean Edwards.
Dean.
Yeah.
Dean. Yeah.
I don't know where she went. She just disappeared all of a sudden. But
Yeah, it's a shame that.
yeah, that's part of the problem, though. It's like YouTube is kind of male dominated, certainly in this politics and religion area, and we do need to make this environment more welcoming to women and minorities. I think we need to start hearing those kind of opinions, because otherwise we're not getting the full story. Otherwise, on
Hey,
any issue.
bitches, get in the hangout. Sorry.
Well, that's it. Yeah, you're not hearing the whole picture. Otherwise, we're just hearing this is the white cisgendered male heterosexual middle class opinion of whatever, and we need to. We need to start hearing, a broader range of opinions and views, taking them on board.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Cool. Well, all right. Well, thank you very much, everyone, for joining.
Sorry for talking too much.
No. That's good. It's good that we've heard views. Yes, I'm going to end the broadcast here if that's cool.
Take care, man.
Yeah. No worries. Thank you very much, guys.
See you later, Sage.
Take it. Bye-bye.